Γουίμ εν Georgia. Γουίμ. Γουίμ. Έλα, εδώ. Πρέπει να έρθετε εδώ. Ναι.
Good morning. I welcome everybody to this session of the high-level meeting of the Ministers of Education on Education for Sustainable Development. And I want to welcome you. I want to welcome you to this session. This high-level meeting has been organized by the UNESC Steering Committee on Education for Sustainable Development, ESD, considering that it's a great opportunity to discuss further the new framework of implementation of the UNESC strategy on ESD 2021-2030. The high-level meeting of education ministers coincides with the wider international and regional initiatives on ESD. Additionally, it has a special meaning and importance since it will give the opportunity to education ministers to reflect on the new implementation framework of the UNESC strategy for ESD up to 2030. Also, to develop networks and multilateral collaborations to discuss and share experiences on such key issues on ESD as the whole institution, the whole school, as we say sometimes, the whole school approach, monitoring and evaluation, innovation, the situation of youth and their active participation in decision-making. Youth has a special place in this new implementation framework, making it obvious that without the intergenerational dialogue, without mutual cumulative knowledge building, or without collaborative actions, no progress seems achievable. Youth needs to be involved in discussions and action, as they are the ones that face the effects of those challenges, and they will be the ones to account for them with generations to come. After the third joint high-level meeting of Ministers of Education and Environment on ESD yesterday, which concluded with the adoption of the new implementation framework of the UNESC strategy for ESD 2030 and the UNESC ministerial statement on ESD, this first high-level meeting of education ministers on ESD in the UNESC region creates a bridge to work together for mobilizing the processes for ESD as the key driver for the future of education. Today, we, ministers of education, high-level officials, and other stakeholders from Europe, Asia, the Caucasus, and the Mediterranean, we are here in Cyprus, a crossroad of three continents, Europe, Asia, Africa, for a common task: to transform the plans on ESD that will transform the planet. Today, in this high-level meeting, countries, youth organizations, academia, and the rest of the stakeholders will have the opportunity to share several policy measures and good practices in the field of ESD, in the fields of integrating education for sustainable development in national curricula, teacher education and professional learning, whole institutional digital pedagogy in ESD, on green entrepreneurship and innovative solutions linking circular economy, bioeconomy, and other initiatives to education. I'm sure that at the end of this high-level meeting, the aims set by the new implementation framework are attainable and that countries are willing to collaborate to pave the way forward with a vision beyond 2030. The agenda of the meeting today includes two keynote speeches. The first is about the myths and truths by Dr. Georgia Liarakou, Associate Professor at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, Greece, that we followed yesterday in one of the side events organized in the Institute of Cyprus. The second speech is about the role of educators in learning for sustainability, and it will be presented by Dr. Wim Lamprechts, Associate Professor at the Open University of Belgium and the Netherlands. After the speeches, the segment is organized in the form of three interactive panel discussions and one plenary. The first panel discussion is about countries' interventions on the implementation of the UNESC strategy for ESD and will be moderated by Paul Pace, Professor at the University of Malta. The second one is the panel dedicated to international organizations. It will be moderated by Mr. Wondwossen Aznake Kibret, Policy and Partnership Coordinator at the Europe Office of UNEP. The third panel will focus on needs, collaboration, and youth involvement in and across countries. The moderator of this panel is Mr. Simon Herteler, coordinator of the UNESC ESD Youth Platform. The final session is a plenary discussion about UNESC Steering Committee on Education for Sustainable Development as a mechanism of collaboration on ESD in and across countries. The chair of the UNESC Steering Committee on ESD, Dr. Arabella Zachariou, next to me, will introduce the plenary session. The meeting will close with the reflections by panel coordinators on the main findings in sessions and chair's reflection on the accomplishment of the framework for the implementation of the UNESC strategy for ESD from 2021 to 2030. Dear colleagues, dear participants, dear friends, I am sure that first thing in the morning, after the rest, following the intensive work yesterday, we are ready. And I now open the agenda by inviting Dr. Georgia Liarakou, Associate Professor at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, Greece, for her keynote address, Myths and Truths on ESD.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually such a big honor for me to be invited to this very important ESD conference, and I'm very grateful to the organizers for this. Also, I want to express my delight at being given the opportunity to speak on Greek, my language. It is so rare when one addresses an international audience to have this opportunity that I will take the advantage and kindly ask you to put your headphones, if you don't speak Greek, of course. Thank you very much.
I will start my intervention with some assumptions that come from my 30-year experience and involvement in the field of education for environment and sustainability. This education has international recognition regarding its importance for the achievement of sustainability. During the last years, we've seen that there is an enormous scientific production, as we can see from scientific journals and conferences. At the same time, we see that there is a stagnancy regarding their implementation. We could see that there are many reasons, and we could discuss many topics regarding this stagnation, but I have opted to focus on 5 myths that, in my opinion, affect the picture we have of education regarding sustainable development. So let's see these myths up close. The first myth: education for sustainable development is a field with individual dimensions that we can separate and see each dimension on its own. So we can take some elements of sustainability, the most important, environment, society, and economics, and examine each one separately. We could emphasize, for example, the environmental sustainability and see a topic such as climate change or from the perspective of the environment and see the aspect of economy and society later on. Then we could see financial sustainability, green entrepreneurship by focusing on economic elements but not giving enough attention to social and environmental elements, and all this under the umbrella of education for sustainable development. But such an approach is against the holistic nature of sustainability, which has been understood as the intersection of these different dimensions. So separating them is what has led us to a situation of non-sustainability. In ESD, we consider that all these dimensions are one holistic union of elements. This means that we need a holistic approach. What is a holistic approach? It is seeing the big picture of reality, seeing the puzzle that constructs this picture, and then composing and recomposing each element in order to see how we can implement sustainable practices. In order to be successful, we need to develop systemic thinking in people under education in order for them to compose these environmental, economic, and social dimensions in a whole. Second myth: sustainability issues that are addressed by ESD are linked to the fields of natural and technological sciences. This is something that on a theoretical level has been resolved and answered many years ago, but in practice we see some steps backwards regarding the structures and the people who are in decision-making centers. I would like to name an example from my country. Recently, the Pedagogical Institute announced a consultant position for natural sciences and sustainability, and they linked natural sciences with sustainability. In tertiary education, in many countries, we've seen that people who teach environmental studies, ecology, environmental chemistry, environmental engineering, think that they have the right to extend the education for sustainable education. But again, this is against the holistic nature that was mentioned before, the holistic nature of sustainability. The questions of sustainability are socially structured, and social and economic dimensions are interwoven with the environmental dimension. This means that is a multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary issue, and we need the synergy of natural and social sciences to say that we can jointly compose the picture of reality. You would say, but that we know this all, but we do not see this in practice because interdisciplinary dimensions in education is something that is very difficult to implement. And what we usually see is that we select one side or the other. And because natural sciences are pioneers in educational systems, we can easily understand why they absorb ESD as well. Third myth: the main aim of ESD is to transfer knowledge. Behind this myth, we can see this mindset that environmental and sustainability issues rise because we do not have enough knowledge. So, if we transfer enough knowledge and people have solid scientific knowledge, they will be able to resolve all sustainability issues. So, what should ESD do? They should take educational scientific models and concepts, adjust them to the ages of people who are studying, and make sure that this knowledge is conveyed efficiently. Their own students will draw their own conclusions and they will implement the appropriate behaviors. In this case, we forget completely the ethical and political dimension of sustainability. Sustainability issues are issues of values mainly. They're connected to facts, to stances, to conflicting interests. In order to say that we can tackle these sustainability issues, we must examine our personal values. We must change our structures in order to have more just organizational forms of reality. And this is not possible only by conveying knowledge. We must work on attitudes, on values. We must have the capacity to act. So we understand that ESD is not just an educational process of physical concepts from natural and human sciences. It is a different discipline. It needs its own theory, and it tries to put into practice methodologies and approaches for attaining these very complex goals. Fourth myth: sustainability is a ready-made concept, and education for sustainable development should be conveyed by this. This has been provided to international organizations, decision-making centers on a local and international level. What we have to do as educators that work in ESD is to make sure that we transform this concept and that we convey it in an efficient way to students. We do not need to conduct researches. We just have to manage to convey efficiently what is said by experts. This is a pretty technocratic approach to sustainability, whereas in reality, sustainability is an idea, a vision, a practice that needs to be invented, requested, searched for, examined. So we must set priorities and goals through democratic processes. This means that we have to start to research this topic. We have to invent sustainability each time regarding or based on the given conditions. We have to start from the micro world of the classroom, then go to school as the whole, and then search this in the society in general. So when we talk about sustainability, we talk about democracy, because students must learn how to discuss, how to listen actively, how to state arguments, how to negotiate, and how to reach consensus that is necessary in order to construct sustainability. So the last myth is that we can add a subject that could be called ESD in the given curricula of schools or universities. We can either enhance the curriculum of natural sciences or have different educational zones. But we must talk about sustainable schools, because adding some extra hours is just the first step. We need to have amendments in the whole function of the schools. We must amend our educational practice regardless of the topic and the subject. We have to reorganize schools with the authentic participation of teachers and students. We have to change different dimensions of the society. So this is a holistic approach to school. We talk about this a lot, but we need a real democracy. We need this in schools. So educational units, and not only schools, must be institutions for learning. There must be institutions where students can learn democracy, when they can learn how to negotiate and how to reach consensus. So these 5 myths that have been named are all resolved on a theoretical level, but we see that they're very insistent in the practice and they're very resilient. And I think there are 2 reasons that lead to this resilience of these 5 myths. The first one is that they bring a novel proposal, a novel vision for education. And this is in opposition to establishments and traditions that have been lasting for many years. For example, when we are talking about not emphasizing knowledge and that we do not need a merely scientific culture. This is very difficult for educational units that are used to these practices. So it is very difficult to change this situation, and this is usually absorbed by the general culture of educational systems. The second reason is that ESD is an open, evolving field. It is not a demarcated, closed field, such as other topics, other subjects. This means that many people can call it their own and take a part of it, let's say environmental sustainability, and say that they are teaching sustainable development, but this is against the holistic nature of this education. So what can be done? We need political will, we need spaces and time to give this education the opportunity to develop its vision, and we need space and trust to the people who are scientifically involved in this field, regardless if they come from social or natural sciences. And we have many people involved in this. In conclusion, I would like to congratulate Cyprus for the very good example they have been giving to us on how we can take some steps towards a real education for sustainable development. Creating this unit for ESD at the Ministry of Education that coordinates all actions, I think it's a very good example, and I hope we will see such examples in other countries as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Yaraku, not only for the remark about our country, but mostly for your clear and precise presentation. I hope that we all now will be able to move away from those myths and misunderstandings. Now we're moving forward to the next keynote speech about the role of educators in learning for sustainability. Teacher role is, of course, critical for the implementation of ESD, and it is addressed in the new framework of the UNESCO strategy for ESD. I would like to invite Dr. Wim Lambrechts, Associate Professor at the Open University of Belgium and Netherlands, for his keynote speech. Dr. Lambrechts, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And also thank you for the kind invitation to have this speech here. So I will talk about the role of educators in learning for sustainability with a specific focus on flourishing, which I will explain later. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and representatives from policy and civil society. It is a great honor for me to stand here and talk about the role and importance of teachers and educators for sustainable development. To me, this role is inextricably linked to the broader societal context and to the discussion of regarding the purpose of education. As the saying goes, that history keeps repeating itself, and as the current time frame shows considerable overlap and similarities with what humanity has witnessed in the past century, not surprisingly, history might provide inspiration for our current debate. A century ago, in September 1922, American philosopher and scientist John Dewey held a lecture for the State Conference of Normal School Instructors in Bridgewater, Massachusetts, in which he outlined the social purposes in education. I will refer to some quotes of his speech 100 years ago, and you will rightfully notice that these are as relevant today as they were a century ago. Referring to the Aristotelian tradition, education should provide the individual with the necessary knowledge and skills to lead a flourishing life and contribute to a democratic society. This purpose then requires education that will enable the learners to become critical, active, and constructive participants in a democracy. Over the years, however, other views on the purpose of education emerged. Adam Smith, for example, in The Wealth of Nations, first published in 1776, points to the importance of the economic utility of education as a primary criterion to determine what should be included in the curriculum. During the Industrial Revolution, this view became so popular that economic efficiency became the defining influence in education, also throughout the 20th century. And this was at the expense of any Deweyan educational systems. Especially in light of the Aristotelian perspective of flourishing, it is remarkable that economic efficiency has become the defining influence on the purpose of education. Both the content of education as well as the educational system were deeply ingrained by economic efficiency thinking. Regarding context, economic and technological needs are used to determine the relevance of education at the expense of broad development of the individual. Regarding the system, efficiency thinking became the common way of organizing our education, with a focus on saving costs and resources, managerialism to optimize classes and schools. And under the influence of this evolution, Dewey-inspired education with a focus on flourishing is under pressure. And despite the revival of flourishing in educational debates and academic debates, the educational reality, unfortunately, does not seem to provide the necessary preconditions to flourish. More and more, it becomes apparent that the system is hampering the social purpose of education in light of flourishing. And we now see these systemic problems of such an economically efficient educational system on a daily basis. And I would like to point to some examples. How did we get to the point where we assume that it is normal that education is about efficiency, about managerialism, about making profit? How did we get to the point where we assume that it is normal that classes in primary school and secondary school have now up to 30 or even more students? How did we get to the point where we think it is normal that classes are reorganized every year solely for the sake of class management? How did we get to the point where we think it is normal that education is about counting heads of students related to funding available rather than flourishing? And how did we get to the point where we provide students with pre-chewed fill-in-the-blank sheets aimed at reproducing fragmented knowledge that carries little meaning for them? Today's social problems are deeply rooted in 19th and 20th century history. Yet, we continue to use the same economic and industrial metrics as a guide to provide educational answers to societal challenges. The longer the crisis lasts, the more focus is set on economic measures. This begs the question of what direction our democracy is moving in, when these economic solutions, focusing on financial bottom line, no longer enables its citizens to live meaningful and flourishing lives. John Dewey criticized reductionism of education to specific skills, focused on economic needs and founded on efficiency thinking. And Dewey's warning that education should not aim to continue the current system in a context of modern slavery proves as relevant today as it was a century ago. It is clear that such an educational context does not provide the necessary conditions to flourish, to develop critical thinking, to develop systems thinking, nor anticipatory thinking. all for the sake of efficiency, as well as accommodating economic and industrial expectations and aspirations. Furthermore, it is clear that such an educational context does not provide the necessary conditions for teachers and educators to flourish, to thrive. And this is painfully clear from the crisis the teacher profession is currently facing, the global problem of teacher shortages, as well as the amount of young, ambitious, and motivated teachers that leave schools after a few years. I blame the system, which urgently needs a shift to more just and sustainable futures. It is a challenging and difficult time frame for teachers and educators. How then can they contribute to meaningful education geared towards sustainability? And most importantly, to flourishing. And how then can we envision a future for teachers and educators in light of these current societal issues faced? Again, Dewey might offer some guidance. Dewey criticized education for teaching students institutional and political facts without taking into account the driving forces behind them. As a result, he said, students leave school without the ability to critically think about the processes and problems in society. Rather than teaching students factual knowledge, Dewey claims that more focus is needed towards the development of critical and general capabilities of the individual, oriented towards imagination, inventiveness, and initiative, and thus with an important role for the arts and humanities. Dewey pointed to the problems faced by education in light of its social purpose. The solutions for these problems ought to be sought by teachers, and especially the teachers who prepare the teachers of the future. Finding solutions for these problems and imagining future visions of education is now even more complex and urgent due to super wicked problems and sustainability issues facing humanity, such as climate change, and also due to societal disruptions, such as pandemics. But despite the current time frame, despite its complexities and urgencies, we should be optimistic about the current attention to future-focused education. More and more societal partners, ranging from public policy to civil society, call for a new social contract geared towards a new shared vision for education and society at large. It is within this context that the UNESCO rightfully refers to the future of education in light of this new social contract. Furthermore, growing attention has been paid to developing sustainability competencies, one of the latest outcomes being the European Green Comp framework, the framework for sustainability competencies. But last but not least, thousands of small, bottom-up, critical, and grassroots initiatives that emerge in support of sustainability and flourishing in education. Teachers and educators are often at the front line of these initiatives, delivering extraordinary work on sustainability, citizenship, and flourishing of the learner. However, we shouldn't be blind for what could be improved. Integrating competencies into the old curriculum will not be meaningful if not connected to a change in the system, a system that is currently geared towards economic efficiency thinking. Defining competencies in a fragmented way, omitting particular values, will not be meaningful. Decoupling educational innovation from the wider societal and future-oriented context will not be meaningful nor effective. Expecting teachers to successfully integrate sustainability into their education when they have not been trained into the complexities of the subject and the connection to the wider societal context and purpose of education is mere wishful thinking. In such a context, I argue that the golden thread in education of the future is characterized by empowerment on the one hand and resilience on the other. The role of teachers in fostering these qualities cannot be underestimated. In such a context, what then is the role of teachers and educators, those who train the teachers of the future? I want to highlight 3 key messages. First, make the transition to just sustainable futures an explicit part of teacher training and help future teachers in reconnecting with their societal role and responsibilities, as already outlined by Dewey a century ago. The second, prepare teachers to integrate alternative and pluralistic economic visions into education. Make sure that such pluralistic visions and perspectives are known, envisioned, and discussed in schools. Third, give the arts and humanities their rightful role in education and teacher training, as these foster the creative and imaginative capabilities so necessary to empower our youth and prepare them for a just, sustainable, and resilient future. To conclude, I want to refer to Dewey once more. He stated that teachers are in the position to introduce future citizens in a wise and impartial way to the problems which they will have to meet. In this context, Dewey stated, and I quote, "If teachers neglect this point, either because they are not sufficiently conscious of it or because they think it is too delicate a matter and therefore lack the moral courage for the discussion of these things, I don't believe we can pride ourselves upon really preparing our student body to make good citizens from the political point of view. We are preparing a somewhat passive body of citizens who will be managed and exploited either by political machines or, in reaction against them, by demagogues or agitators who make appeal to them for their own special purposes. It is our responsibility to enable teachers to take up this role, to develop critical thinking, systems thinking, and to develop flourishing to its full potential for the future. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Your thorough speech and all the very useful messages for the teaching community. Now we will proceed with the 3 interactive panel discussions. The high-level officials will have the floor to intervene and express their views, initiatives, and positions on a series of questions. These questions are related to the implementation of the Education for Sustainable Development in the region, the next steps and the future of ESD, the role and synergies amongst various mechanisms supporting ESD, and the engagement of youth in various regional and national processes on ESD. I would like to remind to the panelists that you have 5 minutes maximum for your reflections. Every panelist is free to allocate this time according to his or her preferences to emphasize specific aspects and use the remaining time for further reflections on the other 2 questions. At the end of each panel, the floor will open for 3 minutes, strictly 3 minutes interventions. Please help us not to be in the position to interrupt anybody. We have to keep the time for the sake of everybody. Now, the first panel is about countries' interventions on the implementation of the UNES strategy for ESD. I would like to invite the moderator of the panel discussion, Mr. Paul Pace, professor at the University of Malta, to invite the first panelist and open the discussion. Professor Pace, please.
Thank you. to do justice to the work that has been done, I have to follow the schedule that I was given earlier. I wish to kick off this session by thanking and congratulating Dr. Aravella Zakaru and her dream team for the organization of this super event that promises to consolidate the role of ESD as a cross-curricular tool to achieve the targets set by the SDGs. Also, a big thank you is due to Ms. Monica Reti for, besides her professional support to the organization of this session, she has proved how resilient and patient she is in dealing with the 35+ versions of this panel session. Yesterday, and I think there's a presentation somewhere. Okay, thank you. Yesterday, Aravella highlighted the process that we saw during the development of the UNICE ESD strategy and its implementation. I would like to offer a different perspective to this process by using a quote by Mahatma Gandhi, and I'll just give you some time to go through it. Because essentially what we're trying to do, the implementation of the UNICE ESD strategy, is a process of translating dreams, beliefs, and words into actions. Actions that aim to generate an alternative, better future. The aim of this session, in fact, is to explore with ministers of education the existing obstacles, challenges, and needs they experienced in their respective countries during the implementation of this strategy, as well as the initiative they took to address and overcome these difficulties. To help us reflect on these issues, it is my pleasure and honor to invite, and please apologies for my pronunciation, Ms. Esther Villaruba Escales, Minister of Education and Higher Education of Andorra, Mr. Vahram Dumajan, Minister of Education, Science, Culture and Sport of the Republic of Armenia, Mr. Mikhail, this is difficult, Chekhenkheli, Minister of Education and Science of Georgia. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Oh, great. And Mr. Ionel Florian Leandro, Secretary of State in the Ministry of Education of Romania, and Ms. Ana Maria Vishek, State Secretary at the Ministry of Education, Science and Technological Development of the Republic of Serbia. Please find your places in the panel. To guide this distinguished group of panelists in their sharing of experiences, we are proposing the following questions. And I would now like to invite Mr. Mikhail Chekhenkheli, Minister of Education of Science of Georgia, to comment on these questions. Please.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, it is an absolute pleasure for me to participate in a high-level meeting of the Ministers of Education for Sustainable Development. In the outset, let me emphasize that sustainable development is vital equally for big and small countries to live and function in peace. Let me bring to your attention that the new National Unified Strategy of Education and Science of Georgia for 2022-2030 was just recently approved. We acknowledge the importance of core principles, goals around which effective exercise of the right to education revolves. The strategy is based on 3 pillars: equity, quality, and governance. The new policy vision, underpinned by the principle of leaving no one behind, is in line with the international obligations and commitments and UN Sustainable Development Goals. The strategy strives to ensure equal access to inclusive and quality education, as well as to improved opportunities for the lifelong learning, which is closely related to the principles of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Strategy for Education for Sustainable Development. Sustainable development is a broad concept. It includes poverty elevation, citizenship, peace, democracy, justice, human rights, health, gender equity, cultural diversity, environmental protection, etc. This means that ESD is holistic by nature, as it has to address these diverse themes. Wide scopes of ESD might become a challenge. Values and attitudes require time to become well-rooted and widespread. Thus, incorporating aspects of sustainable development in education does not happen instantly. Though the most important thing is we recognize that ESD gives students the skills, knowledge, and equips them with the values to live sustainably in their societies. Our aim is to make education community and all the stakeholders see the connection, which is very critical, between education and sustainable development. UNICEF strategy for education for sustainable development is an excellent framework to encourage the countries to incorporate ESD in education systems. Georgia reiterates the importance of education as a driving force for progress and recovery from the global crisis. Just recently, the Prime Minister of Georgia has presented Georgia's national statement of commitment to transform education in New York at the Transforming Education Summit. Our commitment is translated into actions that in turn are directly addressed to tackle the challenges and ensure quality and equitable education for all, to promote ESD and contribute to sustainable development. I believe that equipping young people with knowledge and skills which will enable them to value peace, diversity of our planet, tranquil coexistence, human rights, will be an investment of tremendous scope in the well-being and sustainability of humanity in the long run. Also, I do believe that these ambitious goals can be achieved by joining efforts and cooperation, and with this cooperation, we will be able to soon achieve tangible results. Yesterday at our joint meeting, I specified the importance of teachers. Therefore, the teacher training is of paramount importance, and I often repeat my favorite quote by Plutarch that said that the human mind is not a vessel to be filled, but a fire to be kindled. I think this expression, this quote, captures the spirit of true pedagogy for teachers to excite students, to make them love the education process and intellectual endeavors. So once again, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. And with joint forces, I certainly believe that we can achieve wonderful results for generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, for any other additional comments, I invite Mr. Alexandru, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Education of Romania. Please, your comments.
Thank you. I'm grateful for all the work we do these days and for the opportunity to present our national experience. The Romanian government adopted in 2018 the National Sustainable Development Strategy 2030, a document that sets the institutional framework. It includes 104 targets for 2030, adapted to the sectorial strategies. A national action plan for the implementation of the strategy was adopted this year. The actions refer to the coordination and cooperation at the national and local levels with the participation of all actors. One of the 4 priority action areas established in the national level is represented by the education and training teachers. programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I invite Ms. Wiesiek for Secretary of State at the Ministry of Education, Science and Technological Development of the Republic of Serbia. Your comments, please.
Thank you very much. It is my utmost pleasure and honor to be representing the Ministry of Education, Science and Technological Development of the Republic of Serbia and the Serbian delegation, and to share our knowledge and experience regarding education for sustainable development. It was really remarkable to hear the previous experience of the Georgian government and the Georgian ministry. We have quite a lot of experience regarding embedding the sustainable development goals into the strategy of the education development in the Republic of Serbia, which was adopted just about a year ago. And we are eager to see how the strategy will be implemented. And it is really interesting. It was really interesting to hear one of the keynote speeches that was aiming for explaining how education for sustainable development should not be as separate subjects in schools. And that is one of the major challenges that we are trying to overcome now, to not to teach only ESD within biology or science or geography, but to kind of infiltrate it throughout all the subjects, and to have within the teacher training, which the minister also emphasized as a key, as of key importance, to have in teacher training also the competencies, to teach the competencies to the teachers to come to teach the children within the education for sustainable development.
Thank you. But we'll still listen to your reactions to the second question, which is, what concerns do you have about successful implementation of ESD in your national context? Again, Ms. Wiesiek, for your comments, please.
Yes, thank you very much. When we talk about the development of the education system, I think we all have to talk about the crisis that we are going through now. The COVID crisis first has taught us that marginalized people, that marginalized children are even more endangered and marginalized when it comes to a crisis like that. Now, the crisis with the peace in Ukraine is also teaching us that some things like peace, for instance, are not to be taken for granted, but somewhere it has to be fought for, or it has to be aimed for. So the generations that we are working with at the moment at the school systems are facing such challenges that not even the teachers are ready to tackle or not ready to overcome. So these times are really, really hard to be a student and to be a teacher as well. So it's really hard to talk about quality of education and fine-tuning quality of education in times of crisis when we are still in survival mode. So I think that that's one of the main challenges on how to try to work on the quality of education when in some cases and in some areas even the minimum, offering the minimum can be a challenge. Intersectoral cooperation and interministerial cooperation is also in our regard one of the main challenges as well. And I salute the government of Cyprus, and I salute the UNESCO to organize this conference for the two main ministries that are working with sustainability and sustainable development, because it seems like we should follow the path when the Pope is being elected, that there are locked inside the room, and until they find a solution, they cannot leave the room. So maybe this would be a good solution for ministries of environmental studies and ministries of education to be locked inside this building and come up with a solution that would be acceptable and good and sustainable for everyone. So we think that the education for sustainable development per se cannot be developed without interministerial or intergovernmental cooperation, and occasions like this are remarkable and very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, we have to pay attention not to, while we're putting up the white smoke, and just in case we find a solution, not to create more emissions rather than we have currently. Okay, now I would like to invite Mr. Shekenkeli again for his comments on this intervention.
Thank you very much. UNICEF's strategy for education for sustainable development is indeed an excellent framework to encourage the countries to incorporate ESD in education systems, placing varying degrees of emphasis on the different aspects of sustainable development. We all strive for sustainable development because it gives us the opportunity to live in a peaceful, just societies with healthy economy and a healthy planet. For these goals to be achieved, we need to invest in education to produce generations of young people who will contribute to sustainable development of our planet. Incorporating aspects of sustainable development in education does not happen, as I mentioned earlier, instantly. And ESD learning targets include knowledge, attitudes, values, skills, and understanding. Thus, tangible outcomes are seen over a long period of time. However, recognizing the importance of ESD and planning and implementing targeting efforts. So our new National Unified Strategy of Education, which was recently adopted, as I mentioned, this new strategy is in line with the commitments and UN Sustainable Development Goals. As I mentioned, investment in education is of paramount importance, and in Georgia, we made a decision to increase funding of education up to 6% of GDP by the year 2030. I believe that is going to yield tangible and really effective results that will be seen, and certainly it's going to have a serious effect, positive effect on our future generations. Thank you.
Thanks. Now I invite Mr. Dumajan for his comments on this intervention.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome you in the framework of the 9th Environment for Europe Ministerial Meeting. The global education crisis, which includes issues concerning education access, inclusion, quality, and affordability, has profound negative consequences on the future of children and young people around the world. It slows down the progress towards the education-related sustainable development goals. Such crises as the COVID-19 pandemic and military conflicts have negative effects on education. The recent crisis that affected education in Armenia was the unprovoked large-scale military aggression by Azerbaijani armed forces in several areas of the Armenian-Azerbaijani border dated September 13, 2022. The Azerbaijani armed forces started intensive shelling of the towns of Goris, Jermuk, Varteniz, Kapan, Sotk, and nearby villages of the Republic of Armenia. As a result of the Azerbaijani aggression, around 25,000 school children studying in 172 schools and around 6,000 preschool children in 69 kindergartens of Syunik, Gerarkunik, and Vayadzor regions of the Republic of Armenia have been deprived of their rights to education. 2 schools in Sotk and Ark were damaged. The operation of out-of-school educational institutions, colleges, and universities in these regions is also at risk. We call on the international community to condemn such hostile actions of Azerbaijan, thus contributing to the prevention of further violations of fundamental principles of UNESCO's mandate. Understanding the role of education as a key precondition for sustainable and inclusive development of each country and universal welfare, in 2022, Armenia has developed the state program of the development of education until 2030. The program is based on the UN Agenda for Sustainable Development for 2030. In particular, poverty eradication, gender equality, quality education, decent work for all, as well as approaches based on human rights and anti-discrimination and the principle of ignore no one. The program reflects our commitment in frames of the currently ongoing educational transformation global trends. The aim of the program is to provide learners with education that will ensure environmental and civic modern competencies, employability, higher chances for success with the logic that education for sustainable development for 2030 is fulfilled. We have completely revised and are investing the overall general educational criteria and curriculum where environmental education is of key importance. Big efforts are currently in place to improve the social conditions of the teachers, teacher training and retraining, physical and digital infrastructure and environment for quality education, taking into account innovative and inclusive learning methodologies, safety standards, as well as universal access. To achieve the above mentioned goal, we are continuously increasing funding for education and will continue to ensure its progressive growth. Once again, let me know that Armenia attaches great importance to the agenda and the commitments formed as a result of this conference and expresses its readiness to transform education in order to fully achieve in SDGs, having in mind that sustainability cannot be achieved unless our lives get reconnected and are in balance, in cooperation and harmony with ourselves, with the surrounding environment and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Before passing on to the third question, I would like to appeal the panel members to keep to the time limits set by the organizing committee. The third question now focuses on what policy measures and practices do you envision to tackle these challenges. So I would like to invite Mr. Ionel Florian Lisandru from the Secretary of State and the Ministry of Education of Romania to share his comments with us.
Distinguished ministers, dear participants, I would like to share with you some measures recently adopted in Romania on the important role of the education for the sustainable development. I fully agree with the main approach we had yesterday to the debate of the high-level meeting of education and environment ministers. Sustainable development means an interdisciplinary and collaborative perspective on formal and non-formal education. It includes also major themes like inclusiveness, innovation, and quality in education. At the national level, in the context of the global efforts to combat climate change, the President of Romania, Klaus Iohannis, established last year a working group on education for climate and environmental changes. The group has launched 2 reports on the role of schools and universities in addressing education for environment and climate change this year. In addition, the National Education Law was recently amended to include the green skills in the core framework of skills for primary and lower secondary education. Concept of sustainable development, circular economy, and environment protection are embedded in the compulsory and optional curricula. Another new element is the Green Week, a program of extracurricular activities for the environment protection, which will start in the current school year. Teachers' training and school infrastructure contribute significantly to improve quality in education. The Ministry of Education allocated important funds from the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience and other sources like World Bank, European funds, to set up a national network of green schools. These schools will save resources, will implement eco-school programs, and support teachers and students' green and digital skills. Schools from rural and isolated areas will be provided with green minibuses for the students' transport, 3,200 buses. School attendance and graduation of students from marginalized groups is the main objective of the national program of reduction of school dropout. We have already selected a number of schools, 1,391 schools out of 2,500 schools from the rural area to be included in the program. These schools will receive different kinds of support: early warning for school leaving, teacher training, and digitalization. Erasmus Plus program is a key tool to strengthen skills and attitudes regarding climate change, responsibility for the environment, and digital transformation. Romania registered a high level of participation at Erasmus Plus actions. At the same time, many Romanian universities are actively involved in different academic projects at the national and European level. A new way to accelerate the green and digital transition of universities is by embracing the new paradigm of the Industrial Revolution 5.0. Last week, one of the Romanian universities involved in a European network, the Technical University from Cluj-Napoca, present its research on hydrogen and renewable energy. Following these examples of partnerships, we should work more closely to provide schools and universities with more opportunities of cooperation, exchange of ideas and practices, the involvement of the relevant stakeholder and industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Scales, Minister of Education and Higher Education of Andorra, please share
you.
your comments.
Thank you. Si vous me le permettez, j'interviendrai en français. Excellences, Mesdames et
If you allow me, I will intervene in French. Ladies and gentlemen, Andorra is convinced that in order to implement an effective and efficient educational system for sustainability, we need to involve the youth that should become a main agent of change, main factors of change. We are working together with the youth in order to integrate a natural environment in their daily lives and in their living. And this way, they will promote their well-being and the good quality of life. In addition to the actions plan that should have direct impact on the school environment, we hope to promote the youth at all ages in order to promote the democratic participation that already exists, like the General Council of Youth and the Council of Children. These forums will allow the children and the youth to present their projects to the political system, to the national and local leaders. In these assemblies, the theme of environment should be addressed systematically, demanding from the political leaders as well as the children and the youth to implement a plan of action and to present these projects and to express their commitment. In this regard, we would like to ask the youth to play a major role in promoting the Forum of the Youth and to become a main pillar to guarantee the direct participation of the youth in the education for sustainability. Thank you.
Question, please. Excuse me, Mr. Dumajan. Any comments? Your comments about this intervention? Do you have any comments? Okay. So let's move on to the final question. I would now like to ask Ms. Esther Villarruba Escales again to share with us her comments about the question, how can UNICE strategy for ESD be used in your country for improving education by creating resilient, healthy, creative and open learning environments in your national context? Yes, please.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Andorra is a small mountainous country with a narrow and steep river valleys with an altitude of 3,000 meters. The cities are located at the bottom of the valley, where the majority of the population lives on wide territories that are made up of different natural strata, forests, mountains, pastures, and rock mass. In this context, several weeks ago, the government of Andorra has passed and approved the National Environmental Education Strategy for Sustainability, which requires the implementation of 9 actions and to implement in particular, the Green School program that existed since more than 10 years. The Green School label distinguishes schools that ensure environment education. Thanks to this program, the schools work together to educate on the values of sustainability. Our main goal in this network is to exchange experiences, pedagogical and educational resources and practices, but favors above all the collaborative learning. It promotes the involvement and active role that students are playing. And aims at responding to the climate emergency. During the school year 2021-22, we have succeeded 100% of the public schools to become a green school network, part of the green school network. And we have reached at this point, we have considered that the main actors are the youth, and this should be in the definitions of the National Education and Environmental Strategy of Andorra for Sustainability, EAS. This strategy aims at responding among others, to the concern of the youth and the vision for their future. This is why we have conducted a questionnaire with 1,300 youth between 15 and 18 in order to work on the real involvement of the youth. And we have also confirmed that we need to focus on the awareness and knowledge level of the youth. And we found that we need to focus on the sources of knowledge in school. In addition to that, the students should work in order to stay in direct contact with the environment, with the natural environment, which they can find around them, because their practical and their daily living is based on technology, clothes, school supplies, and others, and they're far from the environment that they should be focused on the natural environment. This is why we want to promote the direct contact between the youth and between the nature, and they can see it effectively through the mountains very close to their schools, and to transform their system to an educational itinerary system. We will continue to implement the projects such as the school skiing project every winter for the students between the age of 6 and 16 years to implement different activities in skiing and in the mountains as well. We hope to implement the necessary actions and for the youth to be commitment in nature and to work on a more resilient, healthy, and respective environment. Thank you.
I again give the floor to Mr. Sheikhan Kheli for his comments about this. Okay, all right, okay. And then Mr. Lisandru, do you have any comments on this particular
Thank you.
question?
In Romania, we plan to open a new center of excellence for public administration in the field of sustainable development. It will be an innovative center for research, education, and dialogue. The center will offer support to universities and vocational training centers to develop educational programs for sustainable development and will be multiplied by the regional clusters. Universities, small and medium enterprises, NGOs will work together to overcome the shortages and gaps in the circular economy. We plan to have the Center of Excellence operational in 2025.
Thank you. Concluding comments from Ms. Wiesiek.
Yes, thank you very much. A lot of keywords have been said during this panel. I would like to emphasize a few of these keywords that, in my opinion, help us to reach the sustainable development goals and to help us improve education for sustainable development and implement all the strategies regarding this. One of them is the holistic approach and the cross-sectoral and cross-curricular approach. The other one is the global approach and global education, which doesn't leave out of sight any of the aspects of not only the education, but the living in today's societies. I would like to emphasize also the competencies, not only teachers' competencies, but competencies that we are developing in our students. It is worth mentioning the reference framework of competencies for democratic culture of the Council of Europe, which in some of the segments have some relevance, some very important relevance with sustainable development as well. And there are 4 very important words that need to be said, and that's values, attitudes, skills, and knowledge and critical thinking, which is also very important in the aspect of education for sustainable development to be emphasized as well. And of course, everything that we do, we have to do it in a manner that no one gets left behind. So the inclusive approach in the quality education is just as important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Majan. You wanted to raise?
So thank you, but it will be convenient for me to tell these things in Russian. More convenient.
It will be a little bit more convenient for me to say it in Russian. So yes, I would like to. I would like to add to what I have said just before in my previous speech the following. What is happening right now in Armenia in educational sector? The Armenian government quite sure that all the problems in our country and for the whole humanity arising from something wrong that we've wrongdoing in education, and if we would correct the education, then we won't have any problems. So this is why we decided that we have to start from the primary education, the secondary education. We have to correct the curriculum. We have to correct the programs and practicums. Also going up to the higher education, universities and science. Science right now is going through the I would say the revolution, because the effectiveness of our work have increased by 80% just because of the innovations and scientific research. Thank you very much.
By time. Now it's time for interventions from the audience. I would like to stress that whoever is speaking would limit the intervention to the agreed time, please. So I would like now to invite Mr. Prodnomos, sorry.
Secretary, Mr. Neophytos Papadopoulos,
Sorry, what?
Permanent Secretary. Permanent Secretary, sorry. Permanent Secretary, Mr. Neophytos.
Just announce him because I can't pronounce that name.
Okay, you want to do it?
Yeah, you do, just do it.
Okay. Sorry. Paul Pace just told me that it's difficult for him for pronouncing the name of Permanent Secretary, Mr. Neophytos Papadopoulos, and asked me to do it for him. Mr. Permanent Secretary, the floor is yours.
I won't take it personally, Professor Pace.
Apologies, because even in my case, my surname is very simple, Pace, but still it's pronounced wrongly. It's supposed to be Pace, so I'm used to that now. Carry on, please.
As long as they don't call you Pachi. Okay. My intervention would be in Greek, so get ready with your headphones. Thank you.
The pandemic COVID-19 has led us to a new normality. The global society regarding environment, society, and economy needs to change its attitudes and re-enter the values that are seen in the goals of sustainable development of the United Nations. The pandemic has also revealed the co-dependence of environment, health, society, and economy, and as well as the impact of decisions taken in one sector, in other sectors when we are facing global crisis. In the educational field, the acceleration we have seen in the adoption of digital technologies and tools has given us a new perspective for education. In the Cyprus case, the work that has been done in the educational sector for sustainable development, and as well as the digital transition that is under development, helps the integration of the 4 priority spectra for sustainable development. We've seen the strategic plan of the Republic for the ESD, and this refers to the school units by fostering the holistic school approach in formal and non-formal education, by emphasizing intersectoral topics and training educators. At the same time, we create the conditions to promote a quality assurance system for schools, which will try to make our schools sustainable. This assurance system will be based on qualitative and quantitative markers, and will try to promote schools for self-improvement in order to enter a path of sustainability. We also want to integrate digital tools of education in order to provide a mixed transition, combining digital tools and green tools. We also expanding our network for green education that will promote green practices in schools, but also in lifelong learning, by creating a bridge between education and the business world. The work that has been done up to this date and the ongoing assessment of facts in education for sustainable development provides the necessary experience and tools in order to be successful in the goals we have set, in implementing the actions that will arise from the review of the strategy, but also by the implementation of new actions and ideas that will come up along the way.
Thank you very much. We'll move to the other intervention by Mr. Zafar Mahmoudov, Executive Director of the Regional Environmental Center for Central Asia. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're not Mr. Zafar, no?
I am not Mr. Mahmoudov, but let me
Okay.
let me briefly send you a very brief message on behalf of CAREC Executive Director, Mr. Mahmoudov. My name is Tatiana Shakirova. I am focal point on education for sustainable development. And I am very happy to be here. And I would like to thank the government of the Republic of Cyprus and the UNECE for the wonderful organization of the 9th Environment for Europe Ministerial Conference. And CAREC is proud to be a member of the Environment for Europe family. We are really proud to be with you and share all emotions and feelings. Since establishment as a sub-regional intergovernmental organization working in 5 Central Asian countries, CAREC provides assistance to these 5 countries in bringing new best practices on environment and sustainable development. And CAREC ESD program is acting for the last 15 years already. And this year, CAREC submitted voluntary commitments to the Batumi Initiative on Green Economy and took new obligations for the period of 2025-2030. And I would like to underline that the themes of green economy and education for sustainable development became CAREC key priorities. Let me just briefly give 2 specific examples of ESD initiatives implemented in this whole Central Asian region. The first is CACIP, the Central Asia Climate Information Portal established under the Climate Adaptation and Mitigation Program for the Aral Sea Basin. This is a new resource which provides a well-coordinated access to information services on climate change and training materials. And we have a special learning portal which provides access on sustainable development themes for all stakeholders, including decision makers, local authorities, educators, academia, and of course, NGOs representatives. And the second example, which I have already mentioned yesterday during the Youth ESD platform presentation side event, this is our well-known in the UNECE region CAREC flagship initiative, the Central Asian Leadership Program on Environment for Sustainable Development. For 12 years of its implementation, we have about 400 alumni from 5 countries of Central Asia, young leaders, and plus Afghanistan. And we follow in their careers and promotions, and many graduates have been appointed to such positions as deputy general directors, deputies of parliaments, and vice ministers. And for example, Vice Minister of Environmental Protection of Kazakhstan, Ms. Zulfiya Suleimanova, is our alumni. And currently, CAREC is also supporting preparation of a joint youth statement to be announced at the COP27 in Egypt in November. And we are responsible for support of sustainability such youth initiatives And we are bringing together all the 5 countries, ESD and Sustainable Development teams, in order to give more opportunities for young leaders to have influence and make more sustainable development decisions in future. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. For the third intervention, I invite Mr. Paul Vare from the University of Gloucester.
Thank you. That's a surprise.
Gotcha.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, and I would reiterate the gratitude that we've been expressing for the fantastic organisation here. So much so that you've got my intervention now rather than later, because I can't make it because of our side event. The question I would like to ask the ministers is, I think UNICE has done a fantastic job bringing together environment and education ministries, and that has been a huge achievement over the last few meetings. I remember the first time I attended this in Kiev in 2003. It was just the very first statement that we declared on ESD, and we were hopeful that one day an education minister would come to the Environment for Europe conference, and here you are. So I'm delighted to see this. My question, though, is how long do you think we need to wait until our finance ministers join us? I mean, given what Wim Lambrecht's really appreciated your talk, Wim, and then the discussion about Dewey and that whole approach to education, the purpose of education. The purpose of education does appear to have been hijacked since about the early 19th century. And we seem to have lost our way. And this is why we are here today with the crises that are around us. It's part of the reason. So it may sound a flippant question, but it's a serious one. And I do really hope that something is being done to ensure that the purpose of education is being discussed seriously, not just can we teach more environment in the schools today. And I'll be interested to hear, actually, if any of the panel members had any interaction with the finance ministers on this kind of purpose of education question. Thank you.
Anyone would like to intervene? But we won't wait here till we get a full answer. Otherwise, yes, please. Yeah.
What a marvelous question. Thank you very much. I was just talking to one of the representatives from another country from the Ministry of Environment, and he was emphasizing how it's interesting that other ministries, like, for example, in charge of energy, or traffic, or all the other aspects that are indeed influencing our environment, are not here. But the ministries in charge of environment are here. And the ministries in charge of environment are supposed to put out fires that the other ministries with their actions maybe have caused, or the troubles and the harm that the other ministries have been causing. And the ministries of education are here maybe to do some kind of prevention, hopefully prevention. So yes, and the financing is always, it was a very important question raised at the High Ministerial Summit of the UN in New York as well, when one of the most important recommendations or decisions was made that education has to be financed more. And I salute I think it was the Minister of Georgia that said that you're raising it for on 6% of GDP, which is amazing. But I applaud the question and thank you for raising. I will get back to our Minister of Finance with that.
Okay, yes, okay. Now for the last intervention by Ms. Tamara Mitrofanenko, Senior ESD Expert, Secretariat of the Carpathian Convention.
Thank you very much. I allowed myself to take the space of Poland, the presidency of the Carpathian Convention. So, hello, distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, the organizers, thank you very much. I would like to say a few words on behalf of the Framework Convention on Protection and Sustainable Development for the Carpathians, the Carpathian Convention, that has been adopted at the Environment for Europe conference in Kyiv in 2003. As some of you heard yesterday in the introductory statements. The convention is signed and ratified by 7 countries: Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Serbia, Slovak Republic, and Ukraine. The convention is establishing an ESD expert network in close collaboration with the government of Hungary, that was the previous presidency, and the government of Poland, the current presidency of the convention. And we're very much looking forward to collaboration with the government of Serbia and the incoming presidency next year. And we hope that through this ESD expert network, we can also help to implement in the UNECE strategy on ESD in the Carpathian space, in the Carpathian region, by integrating a lot of the sustainable development work done by the convention and a lot of materials produced on the Carpathian environment and sustainable development into the education materials and educational initiatives. In fact, we have recommended to our focal points to nominate experts from the Ministries of Environment to this ESD expert network and experts that are nominated to the UNECE Steering Committee on ESD. And we're happy to report that the governments of Romania and of Poland and of Hungary have nominated ESD experts from the Ministries of Education, and very proud to have our ESD expert from Hungary sitting in the panel, and thank her very much, Monica Reti, for immense contribution also to the Carpathian Convention process. So the UNECE strategy for ESD actually was helpful to us to highlight that ESD is an important topic and that it's relevant for colleagues that are working in the field of sustainable development. You may laugh, but a lot of our colleagues are working in the field of ESD and are implementing ESD, but they don't know that they're doing that. So in this, I would say that Carpathian Convention meetings and events working on biodiversity, sustainable forestry, sustainable tourism, cultural heritage, really multitude of topics, they do constitute open environments for learning, but the learning and educational component in these processes needs to be highlighted and needs to be strengthened. But we're not experts in that. You are experts in that, and therefore we really kindly invite and ask for your help to collaborate with our focal points, with our partners in the Carpathian Convention to help us work on this together. And I may just take this chance while I have the floor to ask your distinguished delegates for your support, specifically for higher education institutions, which we think play a very important role in this respect. And we would like to say that your support is needed for rewarding participation of scientists and educators, but particularly also young scientists, so that they can engage in bridging policy, research, teaching, and practice in the field of ESD, in implementing and also monitoring the activities of implementing the ESD network. I was happy to hear that you're planning this support, but please also direct it to transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary activities that are really lacking in our regions. Given that Caucasus colleagues are also on the panel, I would like to say that last year we facilitated a memorandum of understanding between the scientific network for the Caucasus mountain regions and the Science for the Carpathians. And we really hope that also this helps to promote research on ESD and on implementing the ESD strategy of the UNECE in these 2 important mountain regions. So with that, thank you very much. And just reiterating that the Carpathian Convention Secretariat is very much thankful for the UNECE Steering Committee for our collaboration over the years. And we're looking forward to further collaboration to implement the strategy in the Carpathian region. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the panelists and the colleagues who have shared their comments during the interventions. There are some points that I would like to highlight before closing off. One clear thing is that there is no one way of achieving ESD. ESD, I see it as speaking of mountains, the top of a mountain, in the sense that it can be accessed from different routes depending on the various realities and the various situations and contexts of different countries. A lot of energy, unfortunately, and resources has over the years been lost in trying to find a trial-tested way of implementing ESD across the board. Trying to find a panacea, a universal remedy for ESD, I think, is a lost battle. What we need to ensure, however, is that we're climbing the right mountain, in the sense that to do this, we have to keep focused on internationally agreed principles of ESD, avoiding generating confusion because of new terms that might be cropping up here and there, and stop wasting time on reinventing the wheel and dedicate more time on turning the wheel. As you're going into the conference, there are several wheels that you can try to turn, in fact. In other words, I feel that as long as we are part of an educational experience that is contextually relevant, participatory, emancipatory, and leading towards sustainable development, we're climbing the right mountain. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pace, and thanks to all the participants. It was really a very interesting discussion. I want to express also our appreciation for all of you sharing your thoughts. And I would like to say here in Professor Paul Vare, I believe it's the name, the very crucial remark you made. On the level of the European Union, the Council of Ministers, Education Ministers, at the time of the French presidency, Minister Jean-Paul Blanquer, at that time, tried to initiate a common meeting in Luxembourg between the Ministers of Education and Finance. Exactly starting from a similar point of view. At that time, the question was financing, enhancing education in the post-COVID era, but it can also be concerning our philosophy, our practice vis-à-vis the education for sustainable development. Because it's not a separate educational practice, it's also a culture for the society, the way of living, as Professor Liaragu underlined just before. We have to continue trying. It's not purely a question of financing more. It's also an approach, a more comprehensive approach we need, not solely for the ministers of the education and the schools. Now we will proceed because our valuable implementation framework reflects on international and regional strategies, and the second panel will be focused on the messages from international organizations that are invited to express their views about the relevance of the new implementation framework from 2021 to 2030 on the UNICEF strategy for ESD to their processes, policies, and their plans to work together with UNICEF for the implementation of ESD in the countries. The moderator of this panel is Mr. Wondwosen Aznake Kibret, I hope I pronounced correctly, who is Policy and Partnership Coordinator of the Europe Office of UNEP. I would kindly ask the panelists to keep the time of 5 minutes. After the end of the discussion, the panel will be open for an eventual intervention, short intervention. I would like to, so I invited our moderator, Mr. Aznake Kibret, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Wandi Aznake from the UN Environment European Office. I have 3 formidable women leaders who are practitioners of sustainability, and a gentleman from the Union of the Mediterranean. They will join us on the podium here. Thank you very much for accepting to intervene. We don't have the luxury of 70 minutes like the previous session, so we have about 20 minutes to discuss such an important topic. So I'm going to start with, and you don't need any introduction. As I said, these are wonderful women leaders of sustainability. Whoever is interested to know more, you just Google it, you'll see who they are. But I can assure you they are fantastic group of people who will be telling us a little bit about how do we implement the ESD strategy that was just adopted yesterday, but in terms of internalizing it in your own institutions and networks. And I'm going to start with Monica Lean, who is kind of, you are the custodian of the SDG process in our region. So in that context, how does this strategy fits in? Or even give us the broader picture of SDG 4 is part of the 17 goals, but how do you see that within the regional sustainable development for?
Thank you very much, Wendy, and thank you for having me here. I have listened to all the interventions and this morning and heard many very, very interesting and important examples of efforts that are already underway, especially in the education ministries, but also beyond. And one of the tasks of me and my team is the organization of the yearly annual forum, regional forum on sustainable development. And that means we're reviewing the implementation of all SDGs in our region, in the UNECE region. But of course, that is closely connected to a global process. And I think that is the important aspect here. We have heard a lot about the efforts that are going on in our region. And of course, with this new framework, more efforts will be underway. We have heard also about the need for further financing. But what I would like to stress is that SDG implementation overall requires working across sectors. It means getting out of the silos. And we all know, in theory, we all know, but we also all know that in practice, this is still a challenge. It's a challenge, I think, for our member states. It's also a challenge for us still in the UN as organizations. And of course, we're trying hard. We're working on it. In a few weeks from now, we'll meet, hosted by our dear colleague from UNESCO, to discuss again how also the regional UN system can work more across the sectors. And what does it mean for ESD? I mean, it's exactly what this ESD strategy is about. It's about a key enabler for all 17 SDGs. It's working across, it's working out of the silos. And we have in our strategy, of course, the coming together of the education and environmental community, but I think it needs to go much beyond that, not only when it comes to financing, but also when it comes to other ministries, to other communities working on the other SDGs. So I think ESD needs to be integrated everywhere. In the 2030 agenda, we have SDG 4.7 that requests us to ensure that all learners acquire knowledge and skills needed to promote the SDGs. So here again, it calls for interdisciplinary work. Now, we have this great new framework adopted for our region. And I think one of the questions would be, how do we bring that also to other regions? And what we very much believe in also when it comes to the regional forum is peer learning. We can learn from each other. All the good examples ministers and high-level representatives have shared here should also be shared not only in our regional forum, but at the global level. And I think one of the opportunities for this is, of course, the high-level political forum in New York. I know that next year we have the voluntary national reviews there, like every year, where all our member states report what they are doing, how they implement the SDGs. And actually next year we have 19 out of our 56 member states that represent VNRs in New York. And I think that would provide an excellent opportunity to also put some emphasis there on ESD and to share some examples of what you are doing in your countries, but also where the challenges are. And this could be shared at the global level and lead to a wider discussion there. And I think that would really help to amplify also the strategy, to make it more known, and perhaps also to learn from other regions about their models. I'm not aware of any such strategy as ours. I think we're in the lead there, but I think it would be very good to bring that out to the wider community. Okay, let me stop.
Thank you very
Thank
much, Monica. Just for you to know, some of the countries that will be doing the voluntary national review next year from our region include Romania, Slovakia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Belgium, Bosnia, France, Iceland. So all these countries, I know you said 19, I think you could think of how can you use like the ESD strategy in terms of making the bigger narrative, because next year is also the midterm point for the SDG implementation. So we've been doing it for the last 7 years. Where are we in terms of implementing it? And it talks about actually the title is recovering, accelerating the recovery from COVID. And this is the interesting one, full implementation of the 2030 agenda. So what does it mean, full implementation after 7 years? And what is the role of ESD in that? Thank you, Monica. I move to Sylvie, who was the head of the UNEP office in the European region. I'm going to ask you almost the same question, but more specifically in the context of UNEP is leading the environmental dimension of the SDGs, but also tackling the socioeconomic side. How do you see how does the strategy fits into our work?
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you for your known passion for the topic and making also the advance of the environmental sustainability into this huge work. So let me build on Monica's intervention. Indeed, we recognize at 2022 UNEC Regional Forum on Sustainable Development that education for sustainable development was a prominent tool to address multiple global challenges. It's not a surprise that we are facing the famous three planetary crises, which are climate, biodiversity loss, and pollution. And the framework is certainly a tool to allow to address those crises facing us. But all those crises are not to be considered in silos. Indeed, they are all interconnected. And what we see as UNEP is a common thread among those three crises, that's unsustainable production and consumption patterns. And it's surely an area where education for sustainable development plays an essential role, educating young generations, informal education and informal education as well, which has been mentioned by previous speakers. Well, just to let you know, the bottom line is because we use and extract too much from Mother Earth. At this stage in time, I think we would need 1.6 Earth on a yearly basis to satisfy our living standards currently. That's the latest scientific data we have. So the new implementation framework is intended to empower learners of all ages, people of all ages, with the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes to address those global challenges and change behavior patterns. The ESD is, as I mentioned, a prominent tool to advance our collective efforts for regional and planetary sustainability and resilience. And the strategy can be used for also sharing knowledge and expertise to improve education, awareness raising, and build capacity on climate change. I mean, the multiple experiences which have been shared by various member states in the previous panel is a very enriching experience, and I think we should certainly multiply those sharing of experience. Let's not forget also that education for sustainable development is also a tool to allow us to live in a more healthy way on the planet, but also on the human beings. So I will not add very much. A lot has been said, but importance for me is to work across sectors. That has been said several times. We have been working so much in silo, environmental silo, education silo, development silo, and now we really have to contribute to this tendency to work across sectors, being at national level, at regional level, or what we are striving to do at international level. This is an effort on the side of the UN. and also international agencies. This is clearly a direction we are going into. I would also add that maybe another important thing is to mainstream systematically, and as maybe I think the representative of Poland mentioned, also use existing tools. We also have other processes in which we can mainstream, such as regional and international multilateral environmental agreement. That will be all I say. Well, maybe we need a very, very big room to lock all the ministers of education, finance, environment, etc., culture. So next EFE maybe session on education would be locking up those ministers together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And indeed, education is the glue, actually, that glue that connects all the SDGs. And I think we need to have all the ministers. Maybe the next time we have not only tourism, infrastructure, environment, but almost everybody, the finance, the economic ministers, also to make the case about sustainability. Next to UNESCO, and Louisa, it is so unfair to give UNESCO 5 minutes to talk about education. You are the custodian of the goal number 4. I know here we're talking about more specifically on 4.7 that talks about education for sustainable development, but also there are other things inside goal numbers for global citizenship, non-violence, human rights, gender equality, all that is included. Now, looking at this strategy that we have adapted, how do you see, I said it is unfair to ask you that question actually, how do you see the role of UNESCO in this? And if you want, if you could mention a little bit, if you want, the Transforming Education Summit, if there's something that can be injected into this conversation. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. I have to say that looking at the time and making sure, I tend to transgress. I mean, I tend to speak a lot. That comes in my nature and in my culture. So because of that, to keep me in the envelope, I looked at the various questions, and we in the office developed an intervention, which I hope will address all the questions that you raised, but I can always digress later on if you want to. Okay? So on this note, I first and foremost, I really like to begin by expressing my gratitude for the invitation to the high-level meeting of the Ministers for Education and Education for Sustainable Development. I mean, for us, it's very important to be here, and I cannot thank you enough for this invitation. I also need to say that education needs to be explicitly addressed how everyone can contribute to peace and sustainable development. So it's both together that need to address, and that's so much part of the mandate of my organization. Now, global challenges, we've heard them over and over again, but I'd like to highlight, because I think they need to be told over and over again. And we have climate change, we have poverty and inequality, pollution, deforestation, biodiversity loss, discrimination, and all of these urgently require a shift in our lifestyles and a transformation of the way we think and act. To achieve this change, we need people to acquire the knowledge, skills, but also the values and attitudes that lead to more sustainable societies. As we know, education for sustainable development can help us understand the global nature of today's challenges and provide us with the tools to search for solutions at the global level, and can help us to translate the response to global challenges to the concrete actions at local level. ESD empowers people to change the way they think and to act for a sustainable future. We can only achieve the SDGs by 2030 if all governments of the UNEC region cooperate and support educational institutions, trainers, youth, businesses, civil society organizations, and local communities in taking action. As they say, it takes a village. The leadership, of course, has to come from education and ministries of environment, but it's not enough. And that has been, I think, mentioned on different occasions, on different interventions and different side events, main events. It takes a village. It takes everybody for a common goal. A new impulse is needed to affirm the commitment of governments and implementation stakeholders towards ESD and ultimately achieving the SDGs. The SDGs are first and foremost the responsibility of member states. And I think in our many interventions, we're always here to support, facilitate, and participate and gather data and support on the monitoring, but the responsibility does rest with the member states. So to see a meeting such as this with member states from the region being represented by two ministries is an incredible step towards this common goal. This is why UNESCO developed the framework ESD for 2030 towards achieving sustainable development goals. In the context of indicator 4.71, which UNESCO is responsible for monitoring, stakeholders are called upon to coordinate their efforts, set objectives, and study progress towards the implementation of the new framework. The roadmap on the implementation of ESD for 2030 will help guide countries and other stakeholders in taking action on policy, learning environment, educators, youth, and local communities. UNESCO offers technical assistance to member states for the ESD for 2030 roadmap for implementation and works with other global partners providing concrete measures to achieve the SDGs. One of UNESCO's current objectives is the adoption of the Berlin Declaration on ESD, including concrete commitments of member states and key stakeholders to implement ESD for 2030 in the country level and discuss ways to align ESD to 2030. Different stakeholders, policymakers, youth, academia, educators, and the private sector are stepping up to facilitate the achievements of the SDG through education. UNESCO, together with other international organizations, are joining forces. Let's move forward together to make sure all learners and next generations can create a more just, sustainable, and inclusive world for all. And on this, I would like also to highlight several times yesterday, it was mentioned the importance of starting early, starting when they're small, when they're sponges for anything that we teach them. And we need to ensure we're teaching them the right things. And I think it's important that we consider not only the green economy, the green curriculum, but also the blue one. And how the ocean is a very important factor in also education for sustainable development. So it's not just the curriculum, it's also that holistic approach that has been mentioned before by my colleagues and member states. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And indeed, education is the preeminent tool to deal with many of the challenges that we have. Whether it is
It's the glue.
The triple planetary crisis or of biodiversity loss, climate change, pollution, or the triple crisis of hunger, inequality, and poverty. Now with that, I move to Mr. Alvaro. I know we had somebody else on the list, Mr. Kamal, but replaced by Mr. Alvaro, the Deputy Secretary General of the Mediterranean Union of the Mediterranean. Same question for you. How do you plan to use the strategy in the context of 42 countries who are members of the Union, and how do you intend to use that? Over to you.
So thank you very much. Allow me to start by expressing my gratitude for this invitation. And I would like to stress that the Mediterranean strategy on education for sustainable development with its inclusive approach was approved by the Ministers of Environment and Climate Change of the Union for the Mediterranean in 2014. It marked a turning point for the policymaking at the Mediterranean level, with 42 member countries deciding to shift together towards green, low carbon, and inclusive green economy. But this was in 2014, and today we are in 2022. Almost 10 years later, and the world had changed and our region had changed as well. The political and economic context are different and extremely challenging. Our awareness about life on Earth has changed. We are clearly extremely more vulnerable. Climate change is directly impacting our lives ahead of schedule. Declarations, plans, strategies refer to 2030, but the future forecasts are already our new reality. We are seeing education in a more holistic way, including through employable and green skills. In these years, we have set in place the instruments for a revolutionary change towards sustainability, and the Mediterranean region has turned into an example for others, but the real change has yet to come. The sustainable production patterns are still to move from a pilot phase to a market phase. Our lifestyles and consumption habits have only partially evolved and are still not incisive enough to influence the production value chain toward sustainability. Greenwashing is a tangible danger, as well as the communication that goes around it. This summer has confirmed that the Mediterranean is a climate change hotspot, showing the trend and not just an anomaly. We still need the critical mass and the affordable innovation to make the green transition real and embed it in our lifestyles. Education for sustainable development remains a safe and powerful instrument that will allow the achievement of all SDGs. I strongly believe it is a unique instrument of peace and cultural evolution. While discussing education, we have to link it to employability. And this is particularly important in the Mediterranean region, where labor skill levels have been identified as a barrier to hiring. Higher levels of unemployment are associated with higher levels of educational attainment. Additionally, the gap between education and employment widens when it comes to women, indicating an unfortunate characteristic of the region, where we need to do more, enhancing notably the so-called STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. I will stop here, and I will join my colleagues when they said that it is crucial to join forces, and that is what we do with my colleagues in the panel, with all the organizations represented here, and we see that will be the way to move forward in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been told to move it a little bit faster. I think we have 3 or 4 minutes left. Thank you very much, all the panelists. I will give 2 people to intervene. I will start with, we have an ESD youth representative here. So Simon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I have a very brief comment intervention, and I will touch on this as well during the next panel, so I won't take up much time. But considering also that 30% of the European Union region is made up of young people under the age of 30, and that this is also the case in other countries, I want to stress and also ask international organizations, ministers, representatives to take this into account, because it's not only talking the talk, but it's also actually walking the walk. And we unfortunately see this coming back again and again. We see big statements, youth involvement. We need to take them into account. And then when there is an opportunity, when there is an event, when there is a conference, we're always in the sideline. And unfortunately, today the same will happen. We will be the last panel. By then, half of the room will be empty because there's a bus to take, there's lunch to eat, there's something else to do. And it's a typical situation that happens. Rather than inviting us from the start, co-creating with us, we're always sidelined to be the last ones, because yes, that is youth engagement too, having a last panel of the day. Thank you.
All right. full and meaningful engagement of youth. We heard you. And then the second one to Michael Skoulos, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the floor. For those who don't know me, I'm Michael Skoulos, chairman of the Mediterranean Information Office for Environment, Culture and Sustainable Development, the major federation of non-governmental organizations of the region. I wanted to make a very, very brief intervention, since we have the Mediterranean strategy or ESD meeting and the action plan that is going to be hopefully approved this afternoon between 3:30 and 7:15. And this is actually advertisement for everybody to join us in the next room in Kyrenia under the chairmanship of you, our chair, Minister Prodromou. What I wanted to say is to make a distinction here, both thank you very much also, Mr. Alvaro, for mentioning the Mediterranean strategy and ESD, and also Mrs. Monica Lin said we have no other region that is following, let's say, having a similar strategy. Let's clarify here also the link between the UNEC strategy and the Mediterranean strategy. The UNEC strategy is a regional strategy under the UN system, the UN regions. Here we have an eco-region, which is the Mediterranean, including the South. And this is a very important regional strategy, where, of course, we don't ask the countries of the North to have two strategies to follow. So, in fact, the Mediterranean strategy is a daughter of the UNEC strategy, adjusted to the needs of the region and putting a lot of emphasis on the implementation. This is why the action plan and the activities are in more detail than perhaps the UNEC strategy. We are focusing, we have regional projects and all the rest. And this is a very important demonstration of how UN bodies could actually both expand their work, even working outside the UN region per se. And this is very important because in the Mediterranean Committee on Education for Sustainable Development, we have UNICE, we have all of you. We have UNICE, we have UNEP, we have UNESCO, of course, we have Union for the Mediterranean and the League of Arab States. So it is really an example that we have to use also for other parts and other issues. And one more thing, expanding on what Paul Vare said. In my understanding, Minister, not the finance ministers. We are talking about security issues. It is a more important security issue that we are talking about today. All the crises and all the issues behind are bigger bombs than the bombs we use in the different, confrontations. And in my point of view, we have always, and this is the next step, to balance traditional issues of security with security that everybody understands and everybody tries to avoid.
Thank you,
This
Michael.
is what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. We hear you, we see your passion, and that's why I said SDG 4.7. It actually talks about global citizenship. It talks about non-violence. I think we need to look at it in that context. And plus, I think it's excellent that UNECE has this strategy. We hope that the sister regional commissions, so for Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America will also be inspired to have their own regional strategies. I know I said I would only take 2 questions, but I'll take one more, Liam, and then we close it. Over to you, Liam. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. And it is an honor to be here on behalf of Jean today. And we thank UNEC and Cyprus for the great leadership in bringing us together. Jean, for those of you who don't know us, we're the intergovernmental network of ministries and agencies with responsibility for global education in European countries. And some of our ministerial colleagues are here today. In Jean, we bring together ministries and agencies of foreign affairs, of development cooperation, and of education to increase and improve global education in European countries. And we use the term global education to encompass fields like ESD, global citizenship education, etc., because we are about gathering forces. We work closely with UNEC and particularly with Arabella to ensure, along with colleagues from other international organizations, to ensure that concepts and strategies are aligned and that a stronger international policy environment prevails. And, you know, we need signs of hope. In Jean, we're very hopeful that a more coherent and a more cohesive policy environment for ESD and for global education in Europe is emerging. We welcome the EU Council conclusions agreed earlier this year under the French presidency at the meeting referred to by Minister Prodromou, which recognizes the necessity of joining forces of ESD, global citizenship education. And this was also reflected in the communique from the Team Europe approach to the Transforming Education Summit earlier in the last few weeks. Jean has been working for the last 18 months to develop a new declaration on global education in Europe to 2050, led by policymakers from European ministries and agencies, but also in close collaboration with colleagues from the European Commission, the Council of Europe, the OECD, UNESCO, and also most notably from UNECE. And your strategies and processes have been exemplary to us. So we look forward to working to see that declaration realized in a Congress in Dublin on the 3rd and 4th of November, where we will ensure that it is aligned with the UNEC strategy. And finally, and momentarily, just in solidarity with all those educators who are actually engaged in participative and emancipatory processes throughout Europe and across the world today, I'm going to ask you to momentarily, please all just stand up for a moment. I dare you. I'm going to take a risk. This will take 10 seconds. Would you like to stand up and join me as we perhaps reach for the ceiling? And if you have difficulty reaching for the ceiling, reach for the shoulder of your colleague. And
All right.
so that we're all together thanking UNECE and our colleagues from Cyprus for their great work. Thank you.
So with that, thank you very much, Liam, and thank you very much, the panel. Much appreciated. 2 things to flag. Let's not forget that there is also a conference that is talking about infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure and sustainable tourism, and education has everything to do with that. Don't forget that, education for sustainable development. And my last one is the Transforming Education Summit that was held about 19 days ago. I urge you to look at the UN Secretary General's vision about how we need to transform education for now and in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Mr. Asnake, moderating the representatives of UNECE, UNEP, UNESCO, and the Union for the Mediterranean. That I thank also the representatives, and when we have the commitment of all those organizations to work together on ESD, we have the positive message we need for the next steps. And now, given the good work that we have done during this morning and all your efforts, I believe we have the right to a 15-minute refreshment break. Thank you. Well, here we are. I hope that the break, the refreshment break, was sufficient. We have to return back in the room. Okay, I realize that everybody's here, almost everybody with more energy. The motivation is given and we proceed being all of us actively involved. We have 2 more sessions that will follow. We will now continue with a panel regarding the needs, collaboration, and youth involvement in and across countries. I would like so to invite the moderator of the panel discussion, Mr. Simon Herteler, coordinator of the UNECE ESD Youth Platform. We had just before an intervention by representatives of youth. Now it's the time to discuss more precisely. Mr. Herteler, the floor is yours for inviting the panelists. Please.
Thank you, Chair. For this panel, we will have 4 speakers. Ms. Adriana Kazaku, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Education and Research of Moldova, Mr. Zafar Makhmudov, Executive Director of CAREC, Ms. Janine Rohle, a representative of UPenn from Germany, Mr. Rares Voico, of OBESU. If you would like to join me on stage. So good afternoon, everyone. Yes, good afternoon. The purpose of this session is to discuss youth involvement in ESD in general, youth participation, youth empowerment. And for this, we have brought together representatives from governments, representatives from non-governmental organizations, and youth representatives as well, who are sometimes also in the middle of the two. So each speaker will receive a couple of questions. They will reflect on them, and then they will pass the mic back to me, and we will move on. So my first question would be for Ms. Kazaku and Ms. Rohle. What benefits has your country experienced from increased youth participation? I pass the floor first to Ms. Kazaku.
Позвольте мне ответить на русском.
Let me answer in Russian. The participation of youth is a very important for not only for OSD, but for the monitoring of the situation. The young population of Moldova within the national plan for the global targets have shown already that the youth plays a very important role in the future. In Moldova, we have a number of youth organizations who are very actively involved in the strategy and sustainable development. Currently, the youth platform reflects the whole endeavors of the youth population of Moldova, and of course, we are trying to put them on the way for sustainable development, for the greening of economy, and to reach the objectives that have been directed, have been made in the primary programs and documentation. The Moldova Youth Organization, together with a partnership with Switzerland and UNICEF, was implemented in the 20 regions of Moldova. They continue to increase the popularization of the ideas, the objectives of the sustainable development. And we have to note that the state authority and structures, they are taking into consideration all these innovations and proposals, also in committing themselves for the principles of the greening of economy, renewable materials, supplies, and the protection of the environment. All this is very important. Also, the information concerning the innovative ideas for electrical cars, electrical transportation within the cities, the new development of urban planning, etc. The new campaign was organized by the Youth Platform, which includes and embrace more than thousands of people. And this resulted into the beautiful new plans and new strategical roadmaps, which should be accepted and implemented by the various stakeholders, the governmental structures, the civil institutions. In 22 regions has been created new youth platforms, youth organizations. So it's a possibility to hear the voice of the young population of our country. And this new youth capital, so-called project Youth Capital, is moving from one city to another, which is involving a lot of interesting ideas, exchange of opinions, and these 22 regions already expand their activity into the agricultural zones and regions. So the youth movement and strategical planning is definitely very important for the creation and achieving the goals for the education towards a sustainable development. It is very imperative, and we are hoping that we will reach it. Thank you.
Floor to UPenn, Ms. Janine Rulo.
So, thank you very much for inviting me to this panel today and for the opportunity to speak to you today. First of all, I would like to introduce myself briefly. I'm Janine Marie Rühle. I'm 24 years old, and I'm studying a master's program in sociology of education, and I have a background in special education. Right? Sorry, closer? Sorry. Okay. Should I start again? No, okay, I will just continue. Okay, today I'm here as a representative of the German Youth Participation Panel of ESD, it's called the UPenn, and as a youth focal point of the UNECE Steering Committee ESD. Germany and the government benefit enormously from our implementation. As we are the experts in further perspective, we can react quickly and flexibly and have a wide reach. But how is this coming about? In Germany, youth participation is structurally implemented in the national ESD process. The UPenn, so our youth participation panel, and I am also is part of this national platform in ESD. In general, we are 30 participants, and 2 of us are also part of this national platform. And this platform advises the Federal Ministry of Education regarding ESD and developed the National Action Plan on ESD. The national platform itself is advised by 6 expert forums. At least 2 of youth delegates participate in each expert forum. For example, I am part of the expert forum regarding school issues. Of course, we as UPenn are also providing other events, especially for other young people, but today I would like to focus on the benefits for the country and the ministry in general of our involvement. So the first benefit is that we bring a different perspective, especially with our young expertise. Because we are young people ourselves, but we are also close in change with other young people. We have a different or complementary perspectives on education and sustainability. This is especially valuable in the ESD process, as sustainability is only possible if future generations are involved and bring their perspectives in as well. The second advantage is that ministries and the national platform have with working with us is that we respond very quickly and flexibly and powerfully to the current challenges. It was our UPenn stakeholders on the national platform who brought forward and shaped the resolution on the COVID-19 and education. This is because we are quickly summarize current problems and quickly initiate and coordinate processes. We are currently working intensively on a declaration on spaces to strengthen the participation of young people in ESD. Third, we as UPenn have a wide range where the national platform and its experts can profit from. Since we have close contacts to members of the German parliament, government organizations and NGOs, we organize different lobby events. The national platform profits from our contacts and experiences. To sum up, the German ESD process profits from our experiences and perspectives, from our quick wit and flexibility, and from our wide range, contact and influence.
Thank you very much. Indeed, young people and youth as a group is not an individual, or it does not represent just a small group. It represents a wide range of people. As Madam State Secretary said, it can also involve people from agriculture, from education, and from many different platforms. And it's important to take all of their expectancies and experiences into consideration. In this sense, we pass on to the next question. How can youth be strengthened and empowered to become active players on ESD? The minister from Andorra before mentioned youth fora, but what about the missing middle? We also generally hear from the same people or people who are easy to reach, but we always miss a part of the population that is harder to reach. I will first pass the floor to Mr. Makhmudov from CAREC.
Thank you, Simon. That was quite interesting to name us as the missing middle. That was very interesting because I would like also to represent, to present myself, Zafar Mahmudov, as you have just mentioned, maybe just the right term, the missing middle, the intergovernmental, non-governmental also organization, a regional environmental center in Central Asia that has been created 20 years ago by the governments of the 5 Central Asian countries. And one of our main mandates when we have been created was to support the sustainable development at all levels, also among the youth, and provide support to the youth with providing them support in the new systems, new methods of education, providing them support and various approaches on education for sustainable development. So since 20 years, CAREC has been actively participating in the implementation of education for sustainable development and promoting the principles and the approaches of sustainable development in Central Asia. And since 2005, we have been participating in the UNEC ESD process also, and promoting this sustainable development in Central Asia, and trying to support and trying to promote, to increase the role of the youth in various, and their engagement at various levels. One of them could be, as an example, I can bring that we have been working with the youth, and we have, with the support of UNEP, we have started a new program which was called Central Asia Leadership Program. And last year we had the 12th round of those programs. And in these 12 years, we have about 370 graduates, and usually we provide support, we provide training to the young either students who are at their last years of education, or to the new professionals who have just entered the ministries or government institutions to work. And by providing this kind of network, but by providing these kind of leadership programs in the region, we help them create network. We help them access a real-time problem-solving experience. Because with these trainings, they get to learn how these problems, how the modern challenges are tackled at various government level. And the second level and the second kind of support we believe is very important among the international, regional, and national organizations, youth organizations, by creating a platform, by creating a network among these regional, international, and national organizations where they can learn from each other, a so-called peer-to-peer education, where the experience, the best practice of one country can be taken to the next country. The experience that is available in other parts of the world, in other regions, can be adapted and brought to the Central Asian countries and the other way around. So, and the third one, which I have already heard yesterday, I believe it was Mexico that was mentioning it, it's an intergenerational cooperation and mentorship, which is also crucial to make sure that the gained knowledge doesn't go away with the generation that has gained it. It stays and it is transformed to the younger generation. So, of course, the governments do a lot to make sure that whatever the knowledge and experience is created at the government level is passed on through universities, through schools to the younger generation. But there are also experiences that cannot be handed over through universities and schools. There should be additional effort put to make sure that the younger generation that is growing up, they have this access to the process, to the process where they can see how the contemporary, the modern challenges are tackled at the government level by the decision makers or other levels, and then they will already gain some experience before they become the decision makers themselves. We all know that, and again, I think it was yesterday that someone said that the youth, they will still grow up and then they will become the decision makers sooner or later. So the earlier they have this access to that experience, I think that will make them more experienced and better prepared for those experiences. Yeah, I will stop here. I could have some more experiences, some more examples to bring in, but maybe I will be bringing them when I will be answering to other your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now pass the floor back to Ms. Janine Rull from UPenn.
So it's super interesting that you highlighted the support measures, because I also want to highlight that it's super important that youth participation can be strengthened, and if they are supported and accompanied accordingly. Because it's super special in the German youth participation process, the UPenn, that we have a foundation behind us that supports us young people through the implementation. The support is as well financial and organizational and pedagogical, because we are provided with financial resources and receive further pedagogical training and support in general. And this is crucial because on the one hand, it allows us to concentrate more on the content-related work, like being here and preparing some comments. But on the other hand, we can pay attention to making the youth participation diverse and accessible. As we are youth participants, all work is on a voluntary basis, and our involvement is very much with individual commitment. And by combining the implementation and support, youth participation can be significantly strengthened and promoted.
Indeed, we heard before that ESD is like a mountain, but we could also think as young people as the Sherpas. We wish we didn't need them all the time, but maybe otherwise we wouldn't reach the top. I will now pass the floor to Mr. Voicu. How can CSOs contribute to ESD implementation, so civil society organizations?
Yes, thank you, Simon. So I would like to reflect a bit on the previous question, first of all, because when we speak about involving, or how can we involve young people in these processes, I think it's super important to, first of all, identify who are the beneficiaries of these curriculums, of these topics. You know, when we talk about ESD, we have to talk about, and when we talk about youth involvement in ESD, we talk about identifying the stakeholders, talk about school students, talk about learners, VET learners in particular, that need to be involved in these processes. You know, when creating curriculum and formal education, and they need to be a part of designing these curricular processes, they need to be a part of designing even methodological approaches towards education. And what I think is super important is to understand that, you know, be it either formal or non-formal, because we have a lot of debate, I feel like, around this topic, be it non-formal or formal education, young people and learners in general need to be involved every step of the way. So from designing these programs and these learning activities up until, you know, the evaluation and the result of the evaluation. And what I like to stress again, because to be fully wholeheartedly honest, I truly echo your words earlier, Simon, about the sort of disappointment we felt as young people within this event. You know, it's absurd to say that young people are the future, and then when we talk about the future, the future is either kicked out of the room, or the people who decide the future leave the future alone in the room. So that would be the approach as to how I identify and how better work with young people. And I really like to congratulate Andorra. It's something that really popped into that was really obvious and very, very strong. That their degree of youth participation is maybe a good example of how this can be done at a countrywide level through mechanisms that actually work in the end. So it's not hard, you know, regardless of the size of the country, regardless of the way in which it works, it can be. It can work, you know, with investments from governments, youth participation can actually work, and it can be done in a meaningful way. And I think that civil society organizations play such an important role in this. Simon, to also come back to your question of it, CSOs and NGOs play such an important role in this, not only because they facilitate these consultation processes, because we talk about organized civil society, but I also think we have to defeat this narrative of reaching out to, you know, normal young people or unorganized youth. Young people are still young people, whether or not they are organized in different NGOs or not. And I think that the point is to find ways to engage all young people, regardless of whether or not they are in NGOs or unorganized youth, to engage them in these processes in a meaningful way, co-creating decisions.
Thank you very much. And I will pass the floor on again to Karek, and I will immediately also add a question, which challenges and needs emerge regarding youth engagement to the implementation. And here we look also at the new framework on ESD.
Well, I think the challenges we have ahead of us with engaging youth at various levels, I think it is also important to make some distinction between inviting into the process, the youth into the process at various levels, and having them at all levels at all the time. There has to be some definition still made, because there has to be some mentorship provided. The necessary capacity, the necessary level of capacity should be brought. And for that, definitely the finances needed. For that, definitely the right mentors with the right programs are needed. And that is the challenge. Not all the youth at all the countries across the regions have access to the right education, to the right mentorship, and to the right trainings. So there is also a risk of having them engaged chaotically in every level. So that has to be also somehow managed. On the other hand, as I said, promoting the sustainable development among the education system, in the education system, is important. Like today morning, I have been talking to an audience, to an academy, to the Presidential Academy in Kazakhstan, in Astana, where we were presenting them a new game, which is promoting the water, energy, food security approach, the so-called Nexus approach. And these are the audience were the teachers, the audience were the professors who would use this game later on in their curricula to introduce these kind of approaches, and they would use this game to introduce a scenario, a case, how these can be, how these kind of the climate-related, environment-related issues can be solved at the national level. That's something that can be used to teach, that can be used to invite the young generation, the young people to participate actively. But at the decision making, I think there will have to be still some line made so that the decision making continues with their own way of interpreting things and doing things. But of course, a communication will be still a room for communication open, just to take on board, just to take note on the new ideas that is coming from the younger generation. So again, going back to the question, what is lacking, what is missing? Maybe the new approaches, the new methodologies from the advanced countries that have already introduced this into their systems, that those methodologies can be adapted and introduced in the developing countries like Central Asia. And yes, and the financial support that would help these kind of programs be implemented in the countries, like the Central Asian Leadership Program that I have mentioned earlier. They have to be financed. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to have them running, it will be very difficult, very challenging to have the necessary methodologies, the necessary materials, but having not possibility to provide the trainings at the right level will also be a key challenge here. So these are two, maybe three now challenges. Thank you.
Many thanks. Indeed, sometimes we also forget that youth engagement is more than just putting young people in a place. Even in this room, if you would bring in somebody from the street and say, talk about ESD, they would have no idea what's happening. We have also been trained by our governments, organizations, our own involvement, and we need to also acknowledge that young people sometimes need mentorship as well to be meaningfully engaged. And with that, I pass it on again to Janine to talk about challenges that they have encountered, but also ways forward maybe for the implementation of the new strategic framework.
Yeah, thank you. I thought about first that I will summarize a little bit the new framework for highlighting why youth involvement is so important and central in the new framework. Because there are those 4 core strands mentioned, so the quality education and ESD, the whole institution approach, the digital education, and the entrepreneurship. And there's an extra part of the role of youth participation. And here it is again emphasized. So youth participation is targeted in order to enable active participation on the different levels of decision makings. Additionally, an intergenerational dialogue is considered. So in the new framework, it becomes clear that youth participation is necessary for a more sustainable path forward. So it's highlighted there. And I have already mentioned how important it is to implement youth participation and to accompany it accordingly in support services you also mentioned. And yeah, this is how youth participation can become meaningful youth participation. But yeah, the new framework is based on a holistic ESD approach. Today, I would like to argue for a holistic approach to the youth participation as well. So this means that the 4 guiding strategies of quality education, holistic approach, digital education, and entrepreneurship should also be considered in the youth participation. And it also means thinking about how the youth participation is part in the development of the 4 strategies in the very beginning, because young people should be involved in this process from the very beginning and not only talking about youth participation, but being the youth participation in all the other strategies as well. So, and if we understand youth participation holistically and qualitatively, the questions also arises what needs youth participation has. Here, I would like to emphasize the need for sustainable youth participation. Because it's how youth participation itself can be sustainable. So there are aspects like the transport, so the equipment can be considered here, but also the social sustainability aspects. However, we also need to think about how youth participation itself can be qualitative, and therefore the appropriate criteria mentioned in the first core need to be developed for the youth participation as well. So what does it mean in concrete terms? In the implementation of the 4 strategies or the 4 strengths, young people must be involved from the very beginning, and this can be achieved through the implemented youth participation at all levels. So we have the youth focal points, but it can be further and at all different levels. And furthermore, it has to be considered how youth participation can implement the strategy itself. And therefore, youth participation itself needs to be developed in a more sustainable way. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Taking this into consideration, how would you envision a way forward for youth engagement in ESD programs? Mr. Voikel?
I think looking forward is sometimes the most complex thing you can do, but it's also the one that brings the most hope. So I think that right now we're a bit stuck in a paradigm of the way in which we understand ESD fundamentally. So we see it as in a very unclear way. Is it a topic we study in school? Is it something NGOs do? Is it just for young people? So I feel like the first thing we need to do is break this bubble of uncertainty and understand that ESD is fundamentally meant to be versatile. So we can have it in formal education as part of the national curriculum. We can have it as in non-formal education. And what we advocate for is precisely this flexibility. So to have a more project-based activities, for ESD education activities, which are done in cooperation, of course, by schools with NGOs and employing non-formal education mechanisms. Whilst, of course, at the same time, we have to we need to look towards more than just what students learn in schools or what they learn in these activities, because we have a very theoretical approach, I feel like, towards these competencies and these topics. We have the Green Comp in the EU, which lays out very nicely the competencies and the skills that environmental education and ESD are meant to achieve. But what do we do with these skills after we achieve them? So we advocate for a bit of a more local approach, cooperations between schools and local governments or local authorities in devising environmental initiatives in which students can get involved and actually apply these green competencies that we all strive so much for through ESD and through environmental education. And ultimately, of course, we have to talk about teacher education, because as we sit here conspicuously without educators by our side, unfortunately, in the panel, we have to ask ourselves, we devise all of these programs, we devise all of these skills, but are teachers truly adapted, or do they have the skills they need to actually teach these things in school? Because if they don't, then we're here for nothing fundamentally. And I believe that the step forward is to engage in meaningful teacher training, both pre and in service, which is done during their working hours for free, and which can equip them for the skills they need to be able to guide school students and students in general through this green and digital transition that we are going through. So, and of course, fundamentally, none of this can be done without young people. And I know we stress this so much, and it's maybe getting annoying or redundant, but you cannot do this without us. Young people are almost half the reason we're here today. We've contributed so much to putting this topic on the agenda in the past years to move in such a strategy for the future. So I think it's super important that we actually, we work together. And in that sense, I'm also launching a short invitation today at 6:45. If you as policymakers want to have a dialogue with young people, we will be having a session where we just want to talk to you. So to discuss our issues and our points of view one-on-one. So if you're interested as a member of government or as an authority, we invite you to take part in our session today at 6:45. The room is still to be announced, but if you're interested, please find us at the end of the session and we'll guide you towards youth participation. Thank you.
And of course, that will be meaningful youth participation. I will close off the panel giving final words to Ms. Rula as well for your vision for the future.
Yeah, I feel like the final words have already been said because I really feel empowered. I think it's super important that you are all joining us later. But I want to, use the opportunity and add some points I'm thinking about youth participation as well, because I think when we are all talking about youth participation, it's also important to think, okay, how this youth participation can become more inclusive, more diverse, and more sustainable, as I've already mentioned. Because I think promoting inclusion and diversity means thinking about the privilege we are all here. Because when it comes to young people's participation, it's important to note that this is mostly a voluntary engagement. And this means that these people, or we, whose participation is considered so relevant in all these papers, have daily commitments in schools, in universities, at work. So we have all a full-time life nearby, right? And the participation mainly takes part in their free time. And so talking for me, but I also think for most of the other young people, the involvement, we are very happy about this and very thankful. And we really like using our free time for things like this. But it must be clear what this means, using the free time, because the involvement is additional. And however, this additionality is a barrier because few people have the privilege of such extensive additionality. So I'm thinking of young people who do paid extra work in their spare time to support themselves or their families. I'm thinking of young people who are deprived of the time to learn, who have to not participate because they have to use the time for learning. And I'm thinking of the language and the cultural barriers because, I mean, it's mostly not the mother tongue, and you need a lot to know how to behave, and you need all the support in behind. And yeah, there are a lot of barriers, and the participation is a privilege because of the time needed, because of the financial support needed, and the skills and the resources required. And this means that many young people do not have the opportunity to participate and are excluded in the youth participation. And that's not fair. That's not how it works. And ESD targets inclusion, but it must also try to live this inclusion already in the youth participation. Participation must not be a privilege, and that is why we have to rethink how we do the participation as an extra or curricular thing. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Janine. Indeed, even myself, I took a week off from work to be able to be here. So it's not that young people don't want to be involved. It's if you give us the platform, we will be involved. And very specifically also looking back a little bit at this conference, and I've heard youth participation and youth empowerment over and over again, yet only about 3% of all the registered participants at this conference are youth. And yes, it is a high-level ministerial, so it is in the name, but it also means that young people are actually not involved in many of the processes that lead to these high levels. So if you also want to commit, maybe at the next high-level ministerial, we can crick those numbers up a little bit. I also know there are some interventions asked from the floor. So I will first give the floor to Callum Hederman from, I hope I got that right, from the World Organization of the Scout Movement.
Just about, Simon. Chairs, ministers, governmental representatives, civil society organizations, and as we say back home, Macarja, meaning my friends in the Irish language. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the World Organization of the Scout Movement. My name is Callum Hederman, and I'm from Limerick in the beautiful country of Ireland. As rightfully noted in the framework for the implementation of the UNECE strategy for ESD from 2021 to 2030, Nelson Mandela stated that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. In fact, among all his great work, Mr. Mandela became patron of Scouts South Africa, stating the international Scout movement is a world leader in youth education. That was in 1994. Since then, our movement has grown to 57 million members in 172 different countries. So as asked today to each representative, what challenges and needs emerge regarding youth engagement to the implementation of this new framework? Fundamentally, the need for strong recognition, validation, and accreditation of non-formal education is inextricably linked to the delivery of this vision within the framework in reaching the true potential that ESD may have on the world around us. Non-formal education, for anyone who doesn't know, refers to planned, structured programs and processes of personal and social education through lifelong learning designed to improve a range of skills and competencies outside the formal education curriculum. Non-formal education provides foundational and transferable skills that are relevant in all walks of life, while supporting learners to become global citizens through value-based learning, as spoke about on the panel today. In a transitioning green economy, which we now live in, the green soft skills and sustainable innovative thinking stemming from non-formal education are essential. We need to increase funding to learning programs and organizations centered around non-formal education at a global, regional, national, and local level. Additionally, infrastructure in communities is necessary to have meaningful impact through ESD-orientated non-formal education. If inquiring on the impact of young people, of civil society, or youth involvement in ESD, we would share the more than 2 billion hours of contributions that the Scouts have made towards the Sustainable Development Goals globally, through youth-led community service projects and local actions. Our education methodology has empowered Scouts to make the world's largest coordinated youth contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is the potential for ESD with meaningful youth involvement and recognition that's validated and accredited. I ask my fellow delegates to carry this message of the impact that can be had when young people are involved in our ESD policy making and in the delivery in two manners. Firstly, through a holistic lens, as you navigate your personal and professional lives when met with non-formal education, whether it be Scouts or other youth organisations. But secondly, in a very pragmatic manner, as you return home to disseminate this framework and these policies and these conversations to national policy and local policy in your countries. I ask you to seek that dialogue and partnership with non-formal educational organisations. And I suppose to finish off, education for sustainable development has the potential to shape our people and our planet in an undeniably positive manner. And non-formal education, I believe, and my movement believes, is the catalyst for this shift. Just to touch on what the panel spoke today, and I promise I won't take too much more of your time, is that I'd like to thank the Cypriot government for inviting us here. It's a great honour to be here. It's one of my first meaningful engagements in the UN. But I'd also like to note that there is a sense of disappointment around the youth participation in the arena. Yesterday, there was 2 youth groups to make an intervention that were unfortunately cancelled due to time constraints. And yesterday, at the launch of this essential document called Engaging Young People, which was edited by the man in front of you there facilitating, there was 2 governmental representatives, one of which was on the panel as a case study of this great example, and the other as a commission representative. So 3 intergovernmental representatives present. 4. I apologize. And thank you very much for coming. We greatly appreciate it. So I suppose what I wanted to say on that is that there is a fundamental difference between youth representation and youth participation. And as noted, as of present, young people are not the decision makers, but we are the leaders of tomorrow and we are the leaders of today. So I'd invite you all, as Raris said as well, to our meeting tonight at 6:45, where we ask you to be observers and questioners rather than the inputters. And we hope to address any of your questions where we can both understand how we can implement ESD worldwide for young people in a more meaningful manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colm. And we have one final intervention, and I know it will also be a little bit of a critical intervention by Ms. Johanna Lissinger-Pitz, Ambassador for Stockholm Plus 50 from the Swedish government.
Thank you very much, and distinguished youth representatives, ministers. I was supposed to do a general intervention on ESD and youth representation. I will not do that, but I'll just take this opportunity to share with you some of our experience from trying to do our best with meaningful youth participation leading up to Stockholm Plus 50. Meaningful youth participation, a word easily said, quite difficult to do. And I think we had a quite interesting learning process through that journey. And there's a few, from a government perspective, let's say, barriers, opportunities that I think we together have to work on with us member states within the UN system. One, sometimes an easy issue as, or more maybe difficult as, just protocol matters. My personal vision for Stockholm Plus 50 was to maybe kick off with youth representatives, etc. Sometimes the rules of procedure for the General Assembly, which we applied, did not allow for kind of the dynamic that we wanted to have in plenary. So if we are, I think, serious with meaningful youth participation, we also have to work with some of the institutional barriers. Other issues that I think youth delegates are very well aware of are financial issues, visa issues that sometimes are complicated, costly, time-consuming. You talked about that this is something that you do besides studying or working. So many of the kind of administrative factors that we also have to work on. They don't maybe make the scene, they're not that shiny to talk about, but they are extremely important if we are to, I think, make progress.
Also, maybe just to end with 2 examples of how we have worked, or 3 actually, in Sweden and for Stockholm Plus 50. We try our best to work with a youth council, which together with the youth constituency in Sweden, set the agenda for the council, and it's an opportunity to have a discussion between governments and youth representatives. We are also trying early on, and someone said this, I think from the panel, that the early involvement is incredibly important. When we go to meetings, our positions are very often already said. So the early involvement of having youth in delegations, in discussions of agenda setting, I think is extremely important. Sometimes in the end, it's a intergovernmental process between governments who sets the agenda, but to actually take that input in advance. Last comment before I end is also taking the opportunity to just recall both the Stockholm Plus 50 youth policy paper, which was a policy paper that a youth constituency pulled together to help us to get the influence on youth issues. And as was just spoken of, one of them are calling on governments to commit to expanding formal and non-formal education regarding the causes, effects, and solutions for climate crisis, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation. The key recommendations from Stockholm itself also have a paragraph on youth involvement, generational responsibility as a cornerstone for sound policy making. It also addresses the issue of capacity building and on financing for being able to reach meaningful youth participation. So with that, just kind of sharing some experience, and I think also would be extremely interesting to continue the conversation beyond this panel. And thank you again to the organizers for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we can indeed continue this conversation definitely tonight at 18:45, in case you missed it. But also you can find us throughout the conference at different spaces. I know there is a request for one last intervention from Morocco.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'animateur. Thank you for giving me the floor and the possibility to share with you some examples about the experience of Morocco when it comes to the participation and the engagement of youth in education on environment and sustainable development. In Morocco, we have established a center called the Center for Skills on Climate Change. It is, in fact, a center that is specialized in skill development of various stakeholders, among which youth. In 2022, we have launched the 3rd edition for African young graduates. So they are to follow a training session on climate change. And these classes allowed us to train around 100 youth from the private sector, the public sector, and academia in 28 African countries. And these training sessions aim at establishing a pool of young Africans who are capable of supporting all policies to fight climate change and to adopt and take decisions at the regional and local level. So they are engaged in decision making when it comes to fighting climate change. There is also another aspect, which is the establishment of an international center, an international training center on environment. And the center was established by the foundation headed by Her Excellency Princess Lala Hasni. And I would like to mention now the main programs pertaining to youth. We have a program on young reporters for the environment. And this is led by the Foundation on Education for Sustainable Development. Youth are being trained on preserving the environment and understanding the impact of their activities on the environment. There's also another program, the Climate Hub. It is in fact an initiative targeting youth. So it is rather a platform for exchange and support It is dedicated to young Africans, and it provides them with information about entrepreneurship and employability. Thank you.
Indeed, having collaboration between governments, but also, for example, we just talked about a competence center. CAREC also has a leadership program for young people, with young people. Training leaders of tomorrow is very important today. The decisions you make today here will impact our lives in the future. So not without us, but hopefully with us. And with this, I would also like to thank personally the government of Cyprus, because I know it was already mentioned, but in this publication, and I talked about the missing middle, you will find examples of good practices of youth engagement from governments, from young people, from youth organizations, and the publication was funded by the government of Cyprus. So a big thank you, and do grab a copy or two on your way out. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank our moderator and all the other participants for this inspiring discussion, taking note, of course, that we should make an effort to have a more important participation of the youth actively in our all next meetings. Because it is said, but we have to repeat all the time, that youth is the hope. Youth is the future, our future. The future of all, and we have to give them the space and the voice, to give them the space for their voice, to work actively and together with all for transforming our planet. It is very optimistic that the youth movement is increasing every day, demanding to be part of the development and implementation processes and actions. We have to support and strengthen youth collaboration on and within ESD through the UNECE region. Please let me strongly encourage the countries who have not yet appointed their youth national representatives or focal points to the UNECE ESD youth platform to do it as soon as possible. What is planned for the next years through the UNECE ESD youth platform is really very promising. I want to thank you all again for this important discussion. And now it's the time to move to the final plenary session of this high-level meeting, which is focusing on the UNECE Steering Committee on Education for Sustainable Development as a mechanism of collaboration on ESD in and across the countries. This special session is organized in this new era for the steering committee, which experts from the countries express their views and highlight their commitments for more active and strong collaboration on ESD amongst countries in the framework and through the UNECE Steering Committee on ESD. I would like to invite the chair of the UNECE Steering Committee on ESD, Mrs. Arabella Zachariou, to take the floor and make a brief introduction, and then the floor will be open for your interventions. Arabella.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Please allow me, I think it's the first time that I have the opportunity to speak in my native language. And please put your headsets because I will speak in Greek. And it's important what I want to say for our committee. Θα ήθελα να μου επιτρέψετε να αναφερθώ λίγο.
Please allow me to talk about the reasoning on which we based this specific discussion regarding the framework of collaboration at the steering committee. At the steering committee, we need to be very proud because this is the first time that in the context of the process environment for Europe, education for sustainable development is so high on our agenda. And today, the truth is that you have had the honor to take part in the first high-level meeting of the ministers of education of UNECE on education for sustainable development. So given the fact that we are now at a transition stage, or I would rather say at a stage of reforms and transformation of this specific committee, aiming to promote significant changes in terms of its operation and also in terms of empowering and strengthening the way of collaborating and interacting between countries, organizations, and networks in achieving the new strategic framework, we have thought that it would be very important on this opportunity that we have today as we are gathered here with the participation of high-level officials from many different countries to have this opportunity for a greater open dialogue on how to move forward and to see how we can together look at strengthening the new strategic framework for ESD, how countries can be more actively involved in the process and see the ways and also the mechanisms through which we can have a more efficient involvement of the various countries. I would also like to note that it is a great honor for me that the committee on ESD of UNICE is a committee that was set up, if you don't know, back in 2005. This is a committee which is one of the most comprehensive and cohesive mechanisms of regarding policy on education for sustainable development. And it addresses the strategy on ESD, which is probably the most comprehensive mechanism of integrating ESD issues in the educational process. And this is also a committee that is par excellence a unique platform bringing together experts from 56 countries, experts who are actively and passionately involved and committed to issues of education on sustainable development. This is very important to mention as today's meeting was in fact based on the commitment and the passion of the members of the steering committee to highlight how we can contribute more effectively towards helping the various countries and empowering them to be involved in this process. We're at the crossing point, at the turning point regarding our committee with new goals that are being reflected through the new strategic framework for ESD in the period 2021-2030. And we have with us countries present which have a lot to show in the area of ESD, countries that have undertaken several initiatives, and we do expect their more dynamic involvement in this process. It is an honor, it is truly an honor that as a country we are taking part in this mechanism. It is an honor to have undertaken the initiative, and referring to the steering committee, to the work of the steering committee on ESD. So as a committee, we have established the youth platform on ESD, and I think that this is an excellent opportunity right now, although we don't have enough time, we never have enough time to discuss issues that have to do with the challenges, how we can further strengthen our collaboration, how we can further promote in a more efficient and meaningful way the four main axis of the strategy of the new strategic framework and see how we can empower in a more substantial way collaboration amongst with other international and regional organizations. It is a pleasure to have here representatives from CAREC, from UNEP, from UNESCO, from the Union for the Mediterranean, from youth groups, and obviously other organizations that I have not mentioned. So I think this is our opportunity, our chance to do this. We need to turn our words into practice. We no longer need declarations. So I just wanted to make this brief introduction and explain to you how this entire session was created, because I do believe that this is our chance possibly to initiate a more powerful dialogue on ESD in the part of the UNIS steering committee at a high level, at a higher level, in addition to the work of the committee itself. So I would like to thank in this, firstly, Monica Reddy, who's a member of she's the national contact point from Hungary on ESD, national focal point, and also Nona Elcuna, the secretary of UNEC, and Marikar, I can't remember your surname right now, for the collaboration we have had in establishing today's agenda. And I would now like to give the floor to the countries or organizations that have responded a priori invitation to take part in this special session. So we, of course, and if we do have time, we will give the floor to other delegates, but we will start with the following organizations. Elias Wakemont, the first speaker.
Sorry, Arabella, you caught me by surprise because no, that's okay. I expected our colleagues from
I'm sure
countries
that you can be creative,
I most
and I'm
certainly
sure
will.
that you can inspire us
So,
again.
okay, well, forgive me that I'm not speaking from something prepared, but I do think that there are three things that I would like to say. First of all, you asked of how we might strengthen regional cooperation. And I think that one theme that has been coming through the conversations and the interventions this morning is the need to go beyond silos. And so in GEAN, we work on interministerial cooperation at a national level, but also with our colleagues in international organizations. And we have to be truthful that sometimes there are competing agendas, competing definitions, competing umbrella terms, which frankly are confusing to teachers and school principals and youth organizations as they begin to ensure that issues of sustainable development and global justice are at the heart of their work. So we need to go beyond the silos, beyond the small and narrow versions of what we are doing, and instead to build coalitions together. And I again applaud UNECE for their attitude in this. In GEAN, we do try to also work with our colleagues in UNESCO, in the OECD, and in the Council of Europe, along with colleagues in the Commission who all have a part to play in this agenda. So that would be my first comment, that we have to work together. Secondly, you know, it is sometimes suggested that we've had enough of large conferences, enough of declarations, but and while there is a need to streamline, any language that allows us to gain consensus around what's important in education and what's important in changing the world. We need to celebrate and to build on together. So that's the second point I'd like to make. And thirdly, while I would like to reiterate the comments of our colleagues from youth organizations and to emphasize the not only the necessity but the right of young people and their organizations to be involved in these processes from the start. But that won't happen without funding. Julius Nyerere once suggested that 100% of overseas development aid budgets from rich countries should be devoted to education and awareness raising in those rich countries, because that's where some of the source of the problems lie. Now, we mightn't get that much money for ESD and global education, but we do need to address the issue of financing and funding. And so we'd also welcome the important statement that the minister made about the contribution to from Cyprus to the implementation of the strategy. Thank you.
Liam, I fully agree that funding is very important, is very critical in this process, especially now that we're beginning the implementation of the new framework. So I'm urging the countries not to forget to support the trust fund of the UNEC ESD steering committee. I'm sure that many of you will respond positively to this invitation, because the tools and the work plan activities that organized in this organized in the next 2 years for implementing the 4 strands of the UNEC ESD steering committee, I'm sure that will support and will strengthen countries and organizations for integrating their ESD policies. Συνεχίζω στα ελληνικά.
I will continue in Greek. I will now give the floor
Anna
Sawiewska.
Okay, thank you. Sawiewska from Poland, who represent also Carpathian Convention and is from the Pedagogical University of Krakow.
Hello, everyone, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to be here. Yes, I represent both academia and also a scientific network of Science for the Carpathians that works very closely with Carpathian Convention. And I would like to talk to you about the very specific region within regions, that is mountain regions, because we work for mountains. And mountains are very particular areas. They are epicenters of biodiversity. They play a major role in provision of ecosystem services for mountain areas and also around, but they also generate hazards and risks. And mountain environments and communities are particularly vulnerable, especially with the ongoing climate changes and changes that are driven by human impact. And I think it's safe to say that those challenges will just get worse. We do think that regional collaboration at many scales and also support from different ministries for adaptation in mountain regions is absolutely critical. So what could we do? First of all, I think we should teach how environment works. And this may seem conservative, but I think that the support solid basic environmental geosciences education is really important, because we can arrive at some sort of environmental intelligence to counteract growing science skepticism that we see everywhere. This is really dangerous, because if we are environmentally intelligent, we will foster adaptation and especially resilience in mountain communities. So we do need to collaborate to arrive at a common or maybe complementary and transboundary vision of what education for sustainable development in mountain regions is. Mountains operate in landscape context. They natural processes will not respect state boundaries. That's why we really need to have a common vision as in Carpathians for several countries together. in how we teach. For example, modern geography could be a very good example of science that we already have in schools. We could enhance and emphasize SDG goals. This is a science that wonderfully combines environmental context and socio-economic development challenges and also conservation. So to support that, what is really important is that we collaborate to coordinate curricula across the regions, but also in such a way that the messages that we convey are consistent across disciplines and also across the three cycles of education. This would equip the next generations also to adapt to fast-changing environment. And finally, I think we need to develop tools to monitor the efficiency of education for sustainable development, be it in schools, but through formal education. I think this is a lot more possible through instruments that are given to us by ministries of education. And this
towards strengthening regional partnerships through initiatives that will aim to implement actions for implementing the strategy on ESD by mobilizing funds and resources through our extensive network of associates and with the support of UNIS. Cyprus reaffirms its support to the Committee on ESD of UNIS, to which we owe so much, and confirm our contribution to the Trust Fund for the period 21 to 25 in order to implement the new strategic objectives that have been set. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Permanent Secretary. UNEP ask the floor.
I was not planning to intervene, but when I heard our colleague from Poland said we need to learn from failures, then I got a little bit inspired, and I'll say just a couple of things. The first failure we have is processes are completely disconnected. Exactly 18 days ago, a number of governments from this region, plus the Asian Development Bank, the Africa Development Bank, committed $2 billion, the largest ever investment in education, 18 days ago, to invest it in education. Now, the question is, what is the cost of implementing this strategy? And who are the people, the organizations, individuals prepared to invest in this? Because I know of an old saying that says, I hope everybody's listening, and it says, show me your budget and I will tell you your priority. Show me your budget and I will tell you your priority. So I think we really need to, it's excellent. We have a wonderful strategy, but until it is put into practice, that means it costs. And how do we plan to do that? And again, inspired by failure, is we made a commitment in New York, $2 billion. Don't forget that, $2 billion. And I can name actually the governments who committed to do that is the UK, Sweden, the Netherlands, plus the two development banks, the Africa Development Bank and the Asia Development Bank. Do we have a plan to work with the European Investment Bank, for example? How do we sell ESD to them? Or are we continuing to say education is the most powerful tool to change the world? Yeah, we know that. But until we invest in it, it's going to be a challenge. And then maybe one example from UNEP, which I really admire, is if you want to pass a resolution in UNEP, the first question we ask is, how much does it cost to implement this resolution? We don't get a resolution for the sake of a resolution, but how much does it cost? So I think I know it is a difficult conversation when it comes to financing, but the fact remains, show me your budget and I'll tell you priority. Over to you.
Thank you, Wendy. I suppose that your comments didn't emerge. I wanted to say that it's not possible to implement this strategy since we have a strategy and we are integrating a strategy since 2004. And you are one of the key players in this process. So I'm really happy that you mentioned the 2 billion because you are a key player to support the whole process, to have few money for the strategy, the ESD strategy. But thank you anyway for this comment because yes, it's true that funds are always a very critical issue in every process that, in every initiative that is beginning. And of course, I have to answer also to resolution and to strategy because you know better than me that this strategy is in process. is in practice, has been evaluated 4 times, and now we're just entering in a new cycle. Thank you. Somebody else, Vera?
Θα ήθελα να μιλήσω ελληνικά παρακαλώ.
I would like to talk in Greek since I'm allowed to and since I'm in Cyprus. I will abandon this rational way of thinking and talk about passion for education. I've been observing this committee since it was created. In 2005, we were some of the few people who were in Vilnius adopting this strategy. Since then, there were difficulties, but many things have been done. We are in the decade for sustainable education. We have a new framework. We have the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would like to start with something that I consider very important and that could answer our questions. Goal 17 for collaboration. So I think we can jointly invest, as said right at the beginning by Ms. Arabella. The strategy that we have and this new framework that was presented yesterday are real, actual tools. These are tools that are already used by some countries and have helped us to promote education, to promote ESD in our curricular and educational systems. And we have already launched different actions regarding our curriculum. So, talking before this committee that has many people with passion, I think we could present a recommendation involving colleagues from other sectors as well, from education, from environment, in order to collaborate. And I would say that, as mentioned by the representative of GIN, we all collaborate in different processes for different organizations, for different bodies. And what we listen from educators often is that they are confused regarding terminology, regarding the different approaches. So maybe this committee could take this initiative, because I believe that we are already moving forward regarding the things we provide. So we already have this strategy, this tool, this framework. So we should provide them in a way that can be harnessed commonly by educators, because they are confused. We are talking about education on environmental issues, on sustainable development. There are different networks. We have the connected schools of UNESCO. These all can be or should be harnessed, and we should provide the political framework, because the action plan is a policy tool, and talk about all these publishments that we could have in order to help the different countries involved to understand some concepts better, to provide this mentorship in order for the committee to continue being a platform that can embrace everybody and provide data and information and clarify some dimensions that might not be so clear. And due to this complexity, they might hinder the implementation of the strategy in its whole. So we've seen development, we've seen advancements, and somebody mentioned indices. We have this reporting that is based on the existing networks, and this could be harnessed by other bodies as well, since it exists and it was created by people who have experience in this issue. So I believe that we can continue on this path with the same passion for education, having political authorities by our side. And I think we have the best conditions in order to create something even better. Of course, financing issues are important, and we have some estimations, and I think we will be able to harness our budget in the best possible way. Thank you very much, Vera.
Because it's 2:10. So we have to give the floor back to the chair of the session, Mr. Min. I have to give 1 minute to Netherlands. Sorry.
Thank you, Saved by the Bell. Thank you for that. So, from the Netherlands, first congratulations that we have a strategy as such at all. So that's after 2-3 years work on this strategy, it was very good moment to have that finished yesterday and adopted. But now to how to implement. And I think what I heard today was an urgency for good practices and exchange of knowledge. But how to do that? A lot has to do with monitoring and evaluation of our program. Not only the UNECE strategy, but also the UNESCO plan, the plan for the European Union. And that brings me to another task you asked me, and it is how to think about indicators for what we can observe. And I think it's not a use to think about indicators in each individual project, but also align the type of things we are looking for and the way we exchange the knowledge. So my plea is also for international frameworks to think about the monitoring and evaluation. And as we are in a ministry, it's also our job to fulfill these questions about more information and a lot of work. But it's worthwhile. Okay, then that point made. And the last point is budget. Yes, budget. And Wendy named the Netherlands also in relation to this budget. And I know we have also discussions our budget. And yes, show me your money. But I ask you, show me your concrete plans. And if you have concrete plans, there will be money. That's our understanding. So thank you for these 2 minutes.
Thank you, Rahel.
Well, extending the last comments, I think that what has been emerged from our discussions regarding the UNICE collaboration on ESD in the region is that the steering committee on ESD is a really strong mechanism for collaboration, and that this collaboration needs to be strengthened. The new dynamic which is developed in the region, in the UNICE region, through the steering committee on ESD, with its new implementation framework now, is a great opportunity, a golden, or should I say a green opportunity to move forward. And this opportunity must not be lost. I am sure that after these discussions, during the 9th Nicosia Ministerial Conference, the collaboration of countries in the UNECE region will be strengthened through the steering committee on ESD. Before, all right. I want to thank the moderators and all of you for your participation to the session. And in this way, we are reaching the end of this first high-level meeting of the Ministers for Education and Education for Sustainable Development. And with this great momentum, we'll continue working. I want to thank each one of you for this meeting, the UNECE Secretariat, the Steering Committee on ESD, and the chair of the UNECE Steering Committee on ESD for their work to prepare these demanding meetings. I want also to thank our interpreters for their work, because some of us had an exceptional opportunity to use their own language also today. Thank you all.